Hey, Gordon, your your sound, oh, there you go. You're off now. Good morning, everybody. Good rainy morning, at least over here and at the base of Mount Hood in Eagle Creek. I think it might be raining everywhere today. Jack, is it raining over by you?
Snow in eastern Oregon, or at least parts of it.
Oh, that's good news. Good job. How about Mike? Is it rain or snow where you are? Mike Eng.
It's threatening. Looks like snow level's pretty high today here.
Mm,
We're in the 40s, so it's not as cold as it has been.
yeah. Mark, how about you? What's going on out in Baker County?
Well, I'm in Unity and it's snowing
Oh,
away here. We probably got about an inch. It probably won't last, but it's really coming down. For
nice.
some weird reason, my camera is only wanting to give half of the shot. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, that is kind of funny. You can choose to just like scoot over to one side if you don't want to be seen and scoot back over.
Okay.
You could show your better half. Hmm. And Mark Hudson, you said it was snowing in Bend, huh?
Well, snowing up in the mountains, raining down here.
Oh, nice. I was reading that up on Mount Hood, all the ski areas are opening this weekend, the earliest they've opened for years and years and years. Okay, so we've got 21 participants so far. And are we live streaming, Ariella?
Yes, we are. And let me
Okay,
start the recording as well.
all right. So good morning to everybody. We are just going to take another moment to make sure all our RAC members are here and our staff members are here. We're all just talking about the weather. Appreciate any members of the public that have tuned in to watch our meeting today and welcome. This is the Eastern Oregon Solar Siting Rulemaking Advisory Committee. This is our last scheduled meeting, so we really appreciate all of you who have spent the time over the last year tuning into these meetings and watching the proceedings of your RAC hard at work. I do see a few more folks have just joined us. Well, let's go ahead and get started. John Jennings had said he would be just a few minutes late this morning, so we'll go ahead and get going without him. So again, I'm Jamie Damon. I'm the facilitator of the RAC, and joining me is Ariella. And Ariella is available for any technical assistance. Ariella, you want to say hi?
Hi, folks. I'm Riella. I'm with Kearns and West, and feel free to either use the chat or email me at adollin@kearnswest.com for any technical support that you may need today.
Thanks, Ariella. And this is, I believe, meeting number 8, and so folks should have a good handle on how to participate. Again, use the raise hand function. If you can't, just physically raise your hand, or do star 9 on your phone if you're calling into the meeting today. And then, as always, keep the chat to just technical issues and please, or something that you just can't get into the conversation, but don't have whole conversations in the chat. Let's go to the next one. Ground rules, same ones we've always been using, and people have been great in working with these ground rules. So really helps the meeting go smoother. I appreciate everybody, this respectful participation. Let's go to the next slide. So for today's meeting, this is our last scheduled RAC meeting, and we're going to be focusing on the remaining sections of language in the rules and seeing where we can get alignment. We're going to talk a little bit about what happens next after the rules and when LCDC is considering the report from the RAC. Let's go to the next slide. So for our agenda, we'll start with a roll call of voting members, and then I would also like today to hear from just who we have in attendance from our ex officio members as well. And we're going to have a small group update. If you recall, at the last RAC meeting, Jack gave this great suggestion of, there's a lot of people here who are part of the RAC because of a particular interest area or a particular area of expertise that they have. But there was a subset of the RAC that was really knowledgeable about all of the range of issues. And Jack suggested that group work on some of the technical cleanup parts of the RAC and of the rule and come back to the group with kind of a cleaned up version and with some recommendations around that, as well as highlights from of additional policy issues for the RAC to consider. And actually, on that note, is Max here? Because I don't see Max. Maybe he'll join us in just a moment. So we'll hear an update from that group, what they did. Adam sent around a revised draft yesterday late, so understandably if people didn't have a chance to look at it, but that's the draft we'll be working from today. And then RAC members have an opportunity to ask the small group any questions to clarify what the work that they did. And then we're going to focus in on the remaining priority areas that we highlighted on November 5th at our last meeting, and that the small group also identified. We know we're not going to get through everything, and that's why we're going to reserve some time at the end of the meeting to talk about what happens next, how the recommendations from the RAC are formulated, what the report starts to look like, how you can influence this work moving forward and testify in front of the LCDC Commission at their meeting in January, or continue to work with staff. So we'll talk a little bit about that at the end. So I think that's it, other than I do want to say that we'll look at the priority areas here in just a moment, but I know that the agency and the commission are particularly interested in us getting through Division 23 around the, kind of those big, the areas where where there is no conflict and it's clear, clear sailing for solar to move forward, where areas where we need to mitigate and areas that we just should stay away. And we're really close. We've had a lot of conversation about this over the last few months, but we really just need to close that conversation out today. That's one of the priority areas we need to get done. So let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So let's see who we have here from voting members. Ariella, did you get a chance to highlight in the folks that we have here? It looks like you did.
Yeah, I've gone through, but please let me know if I've missed someone.
Okay, so I'm going to start with the folks that are listed on the screen that are highlighted, and then if I miss anybody, we'll loop back and catch you, and then we'll highlight you as well. So Commissioner Williams, are you here today?
I am. Thank you,
Hi,
Commissioner
James.
Lake.
Good to see you. I didn't ask you what the weather was like in Lake County.
Oh, it's just some lovely Irish weather.
It sounds like the same weather I'm having in Eagle Creek. Andrea.
Good morning. I'm here today and it is raining.
Good morning, Andrea. April. April Snell. I see that your name is here. I'll loop back and capture April. How about Brandon?
Brandon is here.
There
Now,
he is.
I will tell you, there is a county potluck today. So, and I know Commissioner Bennett knows how important camaraderie is. So, as well as Commissioner Williams. So, I will dip out for free lunch at some point, albeit a small period of time, but want to let everyone know I'm all in otherwise. So.
Thanks, Brandon. And I know those Burns area and potlucks are pretty awesome.
And apologies, I couldn't get off mute in time. April Snell is here with the Oregon Water Resources Congress.
Hi, April. Thanks for joining us today. Dugan.
Hey everybody, joining from my phone, but Dugan Mara with Pine Gate Renewables, representing large-scale solar developers.
Great. Thanks. Welcome, Dugan. Emily.
Morning, Emily Griffith with Renewable Northwest. Thanks.
Welcome, Emily. Good morning. Greg.
Hi, Greg Corbin with Green Diamond Resource Company.
Good morning, Greg. Jack.
Good morning, Jack Southworth, representing the Oregon Cattlemen's Association. My wife and I ranch near Seneca.
Welcome, Jack. Laura.
Laura Tabor, Climate Action Director with the Nature Conservancy.
Welcome, Laura. Mark.
Mark Hudson, Land Program Director at the Oregon Agricultural Trust.
Hey, Mark. Mike Eng.
Good morning, everyone. Lost Gene Firewise up in Wallowa County.
Mike, I just have to say your background is really beautiful.
That's the view out my window.
You lucky guy.
Very fortunate.
All right. Who did I miss from voting members of the RAC?
Amy has joined us.
I'm sorry, who just joined us? I see a hand up. Oh, Dan. Hi, Dan.
Yeah, hi, good morning, Jenny, and everyone. Dan Orzak, Oregon Clean Power Co-op. I'm probably going to have to drop off early today.
Thanks for the heads up. I see Elaine. Good morning, Elaine. Can you hear me okay?
Morning. Yeah, all good.
Yep.
Thanks.
Great. Anybody else I missed?
Andrew Mulkey from Thousand Friends of Oregon is here by phone. I'll be joining by video in a little bit.
Great. Thank you, Andrew. I don't see Max yet. I was hoping to lean on him for some of the small group updates. So just a heads up, Andrew and Elaine and others who are part, and James, others who are part of the small group. I'd just be thinking about report that you'd like to give to the large group when we get to that point. I was hoping Max would do it, but we'll have to wait and see if he joins us. Any other voting members that I missed? Okay, well, let's look at our ex officio members so we know who our agency and resource folks are. It looks like Jeremy's here. Jeremy?
Morning, everybody. Jeremy Thompson. I'm the energy coordinator with Oregon Fish and Wildlife.
Good morning, Jeremy. And Dan from ODF?
Hey everybody, Dan Hubner, Oregon Department of Forestry. I'm going to have to multitask a bit today, but I should be able to track most of the meeting.
Great. Thanks, Dan. And Dan, I do want to apologize. At the end of the last meeting, you had put quite a bit of information in the text or in the chat about kind of for the group to consider around forestry issues, and I didn't acknowledge it at all. And so I realized what after the meeting closed, it's like, oh, damn, Dan put
No,
great stuff in there.
that's quite all right. I know these last meetings are focused on the voting members, so I just wanted to throw my thoughts in the chat.
Yeah, no, really appreciate that you did
No big
that.
deal.
Okay. Tom Jackman from Odo.
Yeah, Tom here from the rulemaking coordinator from the FSEC over at Odo. Good to see everybody.
Great. Welcome, Tom. Brian with DSL.
Yes, good morning, Brian Cochran, Department of State Lands.
Good morning, Brian. Any other ex officio members that I missed?
Good morning. I'm here. It's Vernon Wolf from DSL as well.
Hi, Vernon.
Morning.
All right, let's go ahead and go to the next slide. So RAC meeting updates. Our last full meeting was November 5th. And at that meeting, the group had identified the following items as high priority items to address. The opt-in, opt-out, which we did address at the last meeting. So we did a vote and we have some recommended language now for that. There were a number of people who wanted some more information about how we can move forward around mapping, and staff has an update for you on that path. As I mentioned at the beginning of the meeting, the quality, quantity, location area is what we really want to focus in on today. And community benefits, when we left the meeting on the 5th, it seemed like it was a little unclear if community benefits were on the table or off the table. Mike Eng sent around an email to everybody saying this is why community benefits are important to the local community. And I don't know that we had decided as a RAC to not discuss it, but we just didn't have time at the last meeting. So that's another area that we want to talk about today. And then
And I
oh, go ahead.
apologize for breaking protocol there. I wasn't clear to me that I was not supposed to send emails to everyone. So rather than through DLCD. So I apologize.
Well, I mean, here we are in the last few meetings, Mike. So it was an efficient way to communicate to everybody. So I appreciate you getting your thoughts out there. And I do think that we left the last meeting a little bit unclear. And so I was glad to see your email come through saying, hey, where did we land on this? And this is why it's important. So we'll spend some time talking about that today and see where we land. And then forestry, we talked about forestry at the last meeting, and several people, raised Greg and others raised the concern that it's like, we don't have the right people at the table to really have it. We haven't really had a big conversation about this at the RAC. Maybe that forestry is something that we postpone to a phase 2 conversation along with, some other areas such as microgrids and what was the other one? Was it community solar? So there were a couple that people had thought, we just need to set those aside for now. And then there were questions about FSEC coordination. We have an update for you on that. And then people wanted to know about getting a legal review, and we have an update for you on that. So those were some of the outcomes. And then I mentioned the other outcome was seating this subcommittee, and they met twice. And you can see this at the bottom, the small group outcomes. They met last Thursday, and I joined them for that meeting. They met on Tuesday. I was not able to join them for that meeting as I was on a plane, but the small group was Elaine and Mark and Damien and Andrew, uh, Commissioner Williams, Brandon, and Max. And they were joined by Adam and John and Gordon. Gordon, you were there, right?
No, actually, I was not
Oh,
for
you weren't there.
those meetings. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So Adam and John were there to provide staff answering questions if needed. So let me pause there on this slide. Any other questions about what happened at the last meeting, what happened between? We'll talk some more about what happened at the small group in a moment. Anything else that people want to make sure we discuss today?
This is kind of a general question, but I'd like to better understand how the designation of significance could be used or might be used or is intended to be used. What the implications of a determination of significance is.
Okay. I added that to the list, Mike.
Thank you.
Anybody else? And I do want to say this is, just to normalize that this is the last RAC meeting, and we can feel a lot of pressure to like, oh no, we're not getting this perfect, we're not resolving everything. That is common in groups like this, and so we have a deadline. I think we could focus on doing the best that we can, being clear on what our recommendations are and what the next steps are, being clear about what we didn't get a chance to talk about and what our thoughts are on how we might go about addressing those items. And so there will be things that we won't be able to button up today, and we need to let the commission know that what we discussed and how far we got and what we think they should be considering in order to address some of those outstanding issues. So I just want to take a little bit of the heat off, but keep a little bit of the heat on to get to the priority items. Great, let's go to the next slide. So I think the discussion slide was going to go after the small group updates. So let's hear from the small group. That's fine. Thanks, Ariella. So has Max joined us yet? I'm not seeing Max.
Not yet.
Yeah. So, Elaine and Andrew and James, can one of you just talk a little bit? Elaine, can I start with you? Can you talk a little bit about, some of the things that the small group focused on that they're seeing in the draft?
Sure. We focused on 195. We worked through some of the other sections of the rules, but set those aside to really focus on 195, where we think the RAC should spend the rest of its time to resolve questions there. We identified language in 195 using sort of a color coding of yellow versus blue. Yellow was a policy question that the small group wanted to bring back to the RAC for further discussion, and the blue was sort of technical language of like how the language would actually work, trying to run through scenarios for how we could run a project or a resource area through the criteria. We made pretty good progress, but it was slow going. There's just a lot there, so that's kind of my recap. We focused on subpart 6, subpart 7, subpart 11 and 12 was the majority of the time. So, Mark, Andrew, Commissioner Williams, or Brandon. Brandon was there too.
Yeah, Brandon.
This is Andrew.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, Mike, did you have a question hold on, Andrew. Do you have a question of Elaine, Mike?
Yeah, I was just wondering if folks that were in that small group, are you supportive of the draft, of the commented draft that went out? I think Max did a lot of the note taking and others, but are those basically a good, accurate summation of your all's conclusions and recommendations?
Did he send out a draft after yesterday's call? I might not be caught up. Yeah.
I'll elaborate a little bit on that. So yeah, at the end of the call, it was just me, Max, and John towards the end, and we talked about sending it out with the knowledge that it is a little messy, it is redlined, it is very much a working draft, but that is what we worked through at the 2 sessions of the kind of small group subcommittee. We met for a couple hours last Thursday. We met from 2 to 5. We wrapped up probably about 5:20 yesterday, towards the end, with John, Max, and I, and that's what we got through. It's still a little rough. Max wanted me to emphasize this morning that it is a working draft, but we did make a lot of good progress, as Elaine said.
I would say, Mike, we were working towards consensus on working through the issues. There's still some policy discussion I think that the RAC needs to have on certain questions that we tried to at least frame up for the RAC to have those conversations before we conclude the work.
Yeah, I'll just add on and say that I was only able to do yesterday's meeting, but to support Elaine, I think there was consensus on everything that was decided upon in terms of the language, which were largely a lot of clarifying work in terms of intention, clarity, whether or not section references matched up and made sense together, that kind of stuff. And then in the rough draft, whenever that's provided to everybody, there's highlights, which are core policy questions in there that we didn't feel like were ours to answer. And we're going to be put back towards the RAC to discuss.
And this is Andrew from 1000 Friends. I also want to clarify, I'm not sure that all of the highlights are necessarily 100% accurate in that. I think there may be some yellow highlights that are still policy questions, and I don't think it was anyone's intent to say that those have been decided as policy issues. So I just want to put that out there, and also second that I think there was a lot of consensus about the framework that's there, and also the work that needs to be done to make the framework better and more usable and workable. So I don't think this is I wouldn't want to say that this is the finished framework, at least from my perspective. I think the kind of subgroup talked about breaking some things out and restyling some things in some ways that would make it just way easier to use and better to understand. So that's my 2 cents.
Thanks, Andrew. James or Brandon or Damien?
Hey, so I don't have too much to add as to what's been said already. I had some input throughout, but it was minimal compared to some of the fine folks that were working on the project as far as this technical aspect. And that's what I would say is that it was emphasized, especially in the second meeting, that that there are some policy elements that probably need to be brought out and discussed in this RAC meeting, but we pretty much stuck with the technical aspects of it, and I thought the group worked through that fairly efficiently.
Thanks, Brandon. James?
Yeah, I would concur. This was just the last few small group meetings have been our best attempt at really getting down into the weeds and the nitty gritty and trying to address some overall issues that have come up repeatedly at some of the larger group settings and try to work out alternative language that we could then bring to the larger group for additional discussion. One of the things that we did spend a lot of time on the other day, and yesterday's small group meeting I was in and out for, but the prior meeting, as you'll note in the red line, there was a lot of discussion around the proximity to transmission lines. And then of course, as you pointed out, Jamie, the forestry, we just didn't feel like there was enough time to address some of those things. We didn't have the right people in the room to address some of them. We really needed to have some hard conversation about a few of these topics. And as you can see, we've gone through the document pretty thoroughly. But we needed to bring that back to the larger group for additional comments. And yeah.
Damien, anything to add?
No, I just second what folks were saying, that it was I went to 1 out of 2 of those, so I missed yesterday's, but was on last week's, and it was a good call getting into the details, trying to make sure that things work to get well together within the different sections of the code. But that there's still as you can see from the status of the draft that came out, work to be done, and we should dig in here as a larger group.
All right, so let me pause here and just see if the other RAC members who weren't part of the subcommittee have any questions to clarify what the group did before we start working through the document.
So just to clarify the color coding, the yellow highlight are sort of policy issues that hopefully we can discuss today, and the blue highlight is things that need more cleanup, but maybe are not as more like technical, figure out how to make this language work as opposed to major policy decisions.
That's correct, Laura.
Yeah, that was the intent.
Yeah.
Intent. It might not be perfect, but that was
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think it really gives us a way to focus the full RAC's conversation on the yellow. All right. So if people are ready, then unless Max has joined us and has something to add, we can go ahead and get started. Dugan, go ahead.
Just wanted to quickly say, yeah, I didn't get to it when you were kind of saying, what do people want to talk about? I mean, I think coming, of course, from the solar developer side, I just, and I really appreciate the work that this group did. And reading through the rules, I'm starting to see the path of how a project or a county could go through this process. But I do want all of our minds to be thinking about how would this actually work, right? And so when we're starting to, if we're like, one thing I'm getting a little tripped up on is I think we're trying to put in the right amount of I guess, not writing things down in certainty, because sometimes there's site specific stuff, right? There's a lot of stuff like on ODFW review, if we, that might need mitigation or things like that. I do want us to think about how that's actually going to work in practice at a county level, say maybe with a site specific application. So just as we think through today, just start thinking through, okay, how would that actually work in practice? Would there be a hearing or evidence provided by the developer to say that they talked with ODFW I'm just using this as an example, but I know this is later in the rules. Like, is that up for challenge? Like how would some of these things work in practicalities? And that will just ground. I don't know what the result of the mapping exercise kind of ask was, but if we don't really have maps, kind of just thinking about how this process will work for an application, is just really going to help me ground myself in some of the policy decisions that we're making here today.
Yeah, thanks for that, Dugan. Yeah, I think that is a good suggestion to be thinking about, and have people in their heads thinking about how would this work in implementation. So appreciate that. Before we dive into looking at the rules, I do want to offer DLCD to provide a couple updates on the mapping, on the FSEC coordination, and on the legal review. So I think why don't we, Adam, should we hold off on the mapping until John comes back, or is that something that you or Gordon can talk about?
Gordon and I can speak to that. And
Okay.
I did want to say that Max has joined us now. John hasn't yet, but Max has. Yeah, so mapping was a big thing that came up last time that folks would like to see. We met with our GIS and mapping folks, went through kind of the list of things people would like to see, what we have data sets on, what we don't, what we could use, what's out there. They couldn't turn something around quick enough in time for this meeting, but it is something they are working on that we hope to have in time for the LCDC Commission meeting in December. And once we have that mapping created, we will send that out to everybody on the rack to be able to take a look at that finally.
Great. And Adam, is it fair to say that that's one of the reasons why we really need to focus on the areas of no conflict, the mitigated areas, and the areas to stay away from in this meeting? So that provides some sideboards and guidelines for that mapping.
That is very fair to say, Jamie. Thank you.
Thanks. Gordon, anything else to add about mapping?
No, I think that covers it. We should have materials available well before the LCDC meeting for everyone, including members of the RAC, to review and inform their testimony or comments for their comments to the commission. And I wanted to say, you did mention earlier for the commission meeting in January, the public hearing is actually a commission meeting in December on December 5th and 6th. So
Right. Thank you for that clarification.
Yeah, and in leading up to that, if you could just give us some guidance on how we might participate and contribute comments during that, it would be helpful.
we will.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. We will definitely be doing that. Yes.
Yeah, and Mike, and actually we're going to reserve some time at the end of the meeting today to talk about that. I have a proposal for you all to consider around that. So we'll make sure to talk about that. Any questions for staff about mapping before we move on to the FSEC review update? Not seeing any hands. Okay, so how about the FSEC review? Adam, I think this is also you.
So there's been some questions on how, if we've been communicating with FSEC on this, how their stuff could impact it, how this could impact that. John and I met with, excuse me, Tom Jackman, who's the FSEC rules coordinator at Odo earlier this week, to talk about that some and get them some materials that they'll go through with their DOJ legal folks, stuff that we're going through with our guy, Steve Shipsey. Everything's looking good. John and Max had some good conversation about it earlier this week as well. I can let them elaborate more on that if they want to. They are both here now, but we're on top of how this intersects and does not intersect with FSEC. So glad to be on the right track that way.
And Tom is here with us today too. Tom, anything you want to add?
Yeah, so that I had a great meeting with as Adam said earlier this week, and just so everybody knows that we're definitely taking a close look at this, and because the FSEC process, we do apply local rules to the extent they don't conflict with state land use goals, and so there is a very high likelihood that the output of this group will result in something that would potentially impact the FSEC citing process, especially to the extent there's rules outside of the goal exception subject area. So yeah, we're going to be taking a super close look on it. And once we have sort of the more final materials to review, we plan on doing a deep dive and sort of giving some feedback to the group. The council is meeting on the 13th of December, and I plan to present sort of our internal analysis of that. And then the citing council will provide any feedback they have about the rules at that time. And then I'll be taking that feedback and submitting it to LCDC as just part of the formal public comment period.
Thanks for that update, Tom. If people have any folks have questions for Tom or Adam about FSEC coordination?
All right, thanks.
Dugan?
Just thinking through some of this, a lot of these rules are aimed at the county, but in an FSEC proceeding, the county is usually like forget the right term, special advisory member, or I forget what the right what the right term is. But if there was we have these two paths. I would understand how it would kind of happen. Say a county has established a significance area, solar photovoltaic significance area, and then that kind of layers into FSEC's analysis. But I guess I'm a little confused on how it would work if there's a site-specific application. Would these Goal 5 rules apply to that? If a county, I'm forgetting if we're opt-in or opt-out, but whatever. If a county has kind of the framework for it, would the Goal 5 rules apply up to FSEC, or would it not if they haven't established a zone yet? Yeah, Max might be able to answer. Maybe I should have asked Max this before this, but yeah.
Max, go ahead. And welcome, by the way.
Yeah, sorry I'm late. Yeah, Dugan, I think that's one of the permutations that John and I were talking about. Mostly it's that developers can always opt in to FSEC. So whether a county has adopted a resource area voluntarily or they have not opted out of a site-specific, out of a site interpretation under this rule, if the developer opts into FSEC and the rules apply, will FSEC apply these rules to that facility such that a goal exception is not required? And then the second question I had is, well, what happens if the mandatory FSEC jurisdiction threshold is exceeded, but it is within a resource area or a resource site that meets the standards for like 95% of the facility? Does FSEC's review look at the remaining 5% for the goal exception? How do they actually go through that process to determine where the goal exception is required and how to evaluate it?
So Max, I did my best to try to capture that, but I don't think I did a great job. If you could literally type those up and send them to me, I would love to have those questions in front of me when I go over the rule language with our DOJ folks, so that we make sure that we answer those questions. I will say that for what it's worth, FSEC will, our typical process is to apply whatever rules apply. So to the extent these rules would apply, just because somebody opted into FSEC, it doesn't mean that there's we're going to now follow, use a different set of rules. Like if those are the rules that apply in this circumstance, then those are the rules that FSEC will apply. The questions about well, what if it's sort of partially, and those are things that I don't know if I could. I can't answer them right now. So, but please, the two issues you just raised, if you could type those up so that I have exactly the right questions to think about when we're looking at these rules, that'd be very helpful.
Yep, happy to do so. Thanks, Tom.
And if you could include John and I on there, Max, that would be great. Thank you.
Absolutely.
And actually, Max, you could even just put it in the chat because you just said them so clearly, and then everybody can have them. So, or however you want to do it. I see a hand up. Is Andrew, is that you?
Yeah, and sorry, I'll be joining by video very shortly.
Yeah,
but
no worries.
I think I also may have some questions for Odo about how this interacts with FSEC, but I also think it raises almost another. I mean, I think there could be an entire meeting on the policy and also the policy implications and how that would be structured of how these rules interact with FSEC, because I think there are a lot of important policy considerations for the RAC to consider about how these would apply to projects that are over the jurisdictional thresholds, and if they would and whether they would, and how that interacts with like goal 3 and goal 4. Because I think we discussed an earlier interaction where if you had, if potentially if you met these criteria, you would not be required to get a goal 3 and 4 exception. I think that makes sense. But if you start having a project that exceeds this threshold and FSEC is going to be applying goal 5, how would that work? Because so I think that's something that's really important to consider and actually have nailed down, and not just the technical aspects of it, but also the policy aspects of it. Because if the solar folks that were part of this conversation were thinking throughout this whole time that, oh, we're working on projects in this rack that are below the threshold, their expectations may be different. And also, folks concerned about wildlife and farmland and other things, their expectations may also be different and change depending on how this interacts with the FSEC process, and if it's expanded beyond the jurisdictional thresholds, and how that just basically, I think there's a lot more things that could potentially be considered and a lot more policy questions that should be discussed. So just want to throw that out there. And if I'm able to, I would also maybe write some questions down for Odo, just so I have a sense too of how this might shake out.
Yeah, thanks for that, Andrew. So what I'm hearing is that there are some outstanding policy and coordination questions around working with FSEC and these rules, and that the first step in that is going to be identifying what that intersectionality might look like and what those questions are, getting those to Tom, and Tom can get those to the FSEC Commission for consideration as a part of looking at these rules, but there's additional conversation that would need to happen in order to sort some of this out around implementation. Is that right, Andrew?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So Andrew's going to get questions. Max is going to get questions. We'll get copied on those. Damien?
Yeah, thank you, Jamie. I think while we're on that, related, but I think adding to the kind of how things go back and forth between these two venues. I think we have a policy question that's squarely in front of this rack of acreage for projects that qualify under the resource area or resource site. We've kind of plugged in FSEC jurisdictional limitations as a kind of cut and paste, kind of convenient number. But is that the right policy decision?
Yeah,
and I don't know if we decided that. And the meetings I was at in the sub meeting, I think that was in Division 33, and we didn't even kind of get to that side of the code.
Yeah. So what I would suggest, Damien, so let's flag that, and then we'll, as soon as we're done asking any questions around the FSEC coordination piece, I think the next step then is to look at 23 and walk through the yellow highlighted areas, have people ask any questions about the blue if they have, and then move over to 33 with any outstanding issues there. But I think it's a good thing to flag, Damien. I saw Dugan's hand go up and then go down. All good, Dugan?
I was just going to confirm that as the rules are currently written, we are capping the applicability of these rules to the FSEC thresholds at this point. Is that correct? Adam nodding his head. Okay. So, yeah,
Actually,
or maybe
Damien,
we're
I think it depends on whether it's a site or an area. For sites, I think the rules say that the threshold for this rule is the old jurisdictional thresholds before the bill that changed them last year. And if the county does an area determination, then it's the new thresholds that are currently in 215.446.
That is correct, Max. That's right. That's just exactly right.
okay.
As,
So I have
as
thoughts
written,
on
as
that.
written.
I have thoughts on that, but Jamie, I will hold them till we get to that part.
Great, thanks.
Well, and real quick, just for my clarification, where is that? That's not in 195. At least I don't think I've run across that in
It
195.
is not.
That's
It's in Division 33. We're and 6.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Welcome, John. So John, we're just finishing up asking questions about the updates. We've heard from the small group. Adam has provided and Tom have provided an update about where we are with the FSEC coordination. That's what we were just wrapping up. Adam and Gordon talked about the next steps moving forward around mapping. So we're done with that conversation. And the last piece, and we talked about forestry, about tabling that. And then the last piece is the legal review. And this comes from this first bulleted item of the November 5th outstanding items. And so who is going to, Adam, were you going to talk about the legal review?
Jamie, I can do that.
Oh, Gordon,
First
go
of all,
ahead.
Go for it, Gordon.
Can you hear me all right?
Yep, coming through good.
Yeah, we did bring this up with our legal counsel for the Department of Justice, Mr. Shipsey. The question about whether the question was raised about whether Division 23, if somehow what we're doing was not consistent with statewide planning goal 5 and would be potentially, overturned, if you will, by the Court of Appeals. And Mr. Shipsey has been doing legal review of this process throughout. He expressed confidence, strong confidence, that what we are doing is consistent with what is allowed to the department and the commission under statewide planning goal 5. And finally, the question was whether we needed a formal Department of Justice opinion on this as opposed to the advice of our counsel to the commission. And what we discussed was that if someone does want to challenge Mr. Shipsey and the commission's viewpoint or decision on this, a Department of Justice opinion is not going to stop them from doing so. And in fact, the Court of Appeals, while a formal Department of Justice opinion might have some minor bearing on their review, they would be reviewing it independently of that. And that if someone is looking for a legal shield from a Department of Justice review, they're not going to get it based, if someone does decide to appeal this to the Court of Appeals. But so the main issue, though, is that we believe that we have the authority to do so, and we are proceeding on that viewpoint. And Mr. Shipsey will be able to articulate that before the commission.
Thanks, Gordon. RAC members, any questions for Gordon about legal review? Max?
This is kind of adjacent to DOJ's legal review, but in terms of legal review before this is presented to the commission, I believe that DLCD sent the like the impact statement, the small business impact statement, those types of materials at some point. Is the department planning to have the RAC review and discuss those before this is submitted to the commission?
I believe we did that already at the October meeting, Max, if I'm not mistaken.
You're talking about the fiscal impact statement and is that what you're talking about, Max?
Yeah, well, apologies. I don't recall that. Maybe other members of the RAC do, but sorry if I missed it.
John, do you want to clarify?
So I think so. We did. There's like a trifecta of things of those impact statements, fiscal impact, equity, housing, those sorts of things. We did look at those. The requirement, as I understand it, and Gordon can help me with this, is that the RAC be able to take a look at those. The requirement is not, as I understand it, that the RAC approve those. And so I think it's our belief that we've satisfied our duty there. The RAC has taken a look at it. And we have filed it as necessary with the Secretary of State. So again, if I'm mistaken on any of that, I apologize, but that's my understanding.
Yeah. John, you're correct. At the October meeting, we did that. I would note that the decision on the contents, the final decision of the contents of those documents is the commission's. And if you do have a concern about a statement in them and want to bring that up to the commission and us for that matter, we would welcome that. But we have, and it is correct, as John stated, that the requirement is the RAC review them, not approve them.
Damien?
Thank you, Jamie. Just circling back to the discussion with Steve Shipsey over at DOJ, I would just request that some version of Gordon's summary and Shipsey's strong recommendation that this is consistent with Goal 5 be captured in writing somewhere, whether that's the staff report to the commission or where have you, just so that we have that in the record on a going forward basis and understood regarding we can't get binding legal precedent on the front end. But, we can build our record and, demonstrate that the agency is committed to having done this analysis and come out as described by Gordon.
We will be happy to do that, Damien.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so that concludes the list of outstanding items from the November 5th meeting. Before we dive into the details of the work of the subcommittee around Division 195. And then we also wanted to talk about community benefits. So folks are ready, we can move on there. And I'd also just want to remind people, because I don't know that I said this in the outset, our meeting goes till 1 o'clock today. So we'll take a break at some point here around, I don't know, 11 for a little bit and then come back at it. So at this point, what I'd like to do is we can follow. I think it'd be helpful we can either follow along on the screen with the draft from the subcommittee, and I think that that's probably the easiest thing to do. So Ariella, do you have that, or should Adam share it? There we go. So I think the approach, so Max, thanks for joining us. I wanted, before we dive into this, I want to just give you an opportunity to say a few things as well, because you were our scribe and capturer of the conversations from the 2 subcommittee meetings. All the subcommittee members weighed in on where this draft is, and people asked questions about the color coding and where the focus was. I just didn't know if there was anything more that you wanted to add, knowing that you didn't hear what the subcommittee members offered.
Thanks, Jamie. I would just say if folks are following along on their personal computers, it may be easier to read if you click on the review tab in Microsoft Word and change it to simple markup. That way the red lines won't show and you'll be able to just see kind of the more current draft. But yeah, the intent of the subcommittee was to try and address technical, non-substantive provisions. So we attempted to highlight provisions that we thought are policy decisions in yellow. We may have gotten that wrong, so don't, take this as the end all be all, and that the technical issues are in blue. But yeah, I'm sorry that I missed that conversation, and that's all I have to add.
Yeah, no worries. One other clarification is there are some things in red. And so either the subcommittee or staff, can you clarify the language in red? That's language that the group has seen before, or that language that came from the subcommittee. Can somebody clarify the red?
So the language in red, I believe, is new text, is proposed new text.
And proposed new text from the subcommittee.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. So
Okay.
for example, for instance, and you guys jump in and correct me if I'm wrong. So if we're looking at subsection 1, it was the belief of the subgroup that there should be a statement up front in this introduction intent area, that that it was an expression that these areas would be compliant with goals 3 and 4. So therefore that resulted in the red and underlined language being introduced there.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, John. I just wanted to make sure everybody knew where the red was because we just talked about the yellow and the blue. So what I propose is we just walk through this, focus our attention and not have a lot of conversation around the new language unless people are just really objecting to it. But we really need to focus on the yellow policy areas that we haven't had substantive conversation, or we've had some substantive conversations, but we really need to we need to land them. So just looking at section 1 and the proposed language here, any questions or objections to this language? Can we just, if so, raise your hand. If not, we'll just move on to the next proposed red.
One minor question, if we do end up not addressing forestry at all, would we remove goal 4 from that new text?
Yes.
Yeah, I think we would need to, don't you, Max?
Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
This is Andrew. I agree too.
Hey, Ariella, you're screen sharing. Are you able to just put like a little note there? Just put a comment on that, yeah, right there, yeah. Just so we can make sure that we capture that in the doc as we're moving forward. Andrea?
Yeah, hi. I got this late yesterday, so I was reading it this morning and it's a lot to take in very quickly to say, oh, I object or don't object. Can we, as we go through each thing, just have a quick explanation of what the change is and why? Like just
Like John just did about this piece.
yes.
Yeah, I
Okay.
think that's a good suggestion, Andrea.
Thank you.
Any other clarifications about the red text on the screen before we move on to the next? Jack's giving us a thumbs up. James?
First red text or the second red text?
This first red text in section 1 that says solar resource areas and solar resources sites are presumed to comply with goal 3 or goal 4 as applicable when in compliance with this division.
Okay, no questions. Thank you.
Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the next one. And I'm going to be a real taskmaster to help us get through to the yellow things that we need to talk about. All right, who would like to share why A is struck out? Based on Andrea's question. John, you want to do?
That's just an opportunity to make the rule shorter. There's not a substantive kind of trigger for easily available data in the draft, so it can stay in, it can be taken out. It just makes the rule shorter.
Yeah, and easily available data is a very generalized term and open to interpretation if I'm sitting there in a quasi-judicial board. And I mean, it's a matter of perspective, quite honestly, in terms of easily available data. So I don't know if it's necessarily worthy of its own definition.
And this was a subcommittee consensus to remove this. Questions, thought, or clarifications about this one? John, you're unmuted. Is there something you wanted to add?
Oh, I was just gonna jump in if no one else did, but they did. So I think I don't think I have anything further to say.
Okay. So let's look at C, yellow, microgrid. So what we talked about at the November 5th meeting was that microgrid that's having the RAC spend time coming up with language around microgrid in this rulemaking phase probably didn't make sense. It didn't mean that you weren't saying that it wasn't valuable or shouldn't be included in a future phase, but not right now. And so that's where we left it on November 5th. And but this is just a definition of that. Mike?
Yeah, I think obviously this is linked to the inclusion of it under community benefits. If the decision is to remove it from community benefits, then there's no need to include this definition. However, I do think that this is minimal inclusion of this concept of a microgrid. I think it is definitely an example of a potential community benefit as it's listed later on. So I guess I would suggest, I like this definition. I think it works. I would suggest maybe tabling further discussion on it unless other folks want to tweak it, and defer to the discussion where it comes up in community benefits, and then we can see the connection.
Thanks, Mike. Folks good with that? Ready to move on? Okay, let's see. Go ahead and scroll, Ariella. Let's take us to our next red subset. Here we are with F, Oregon Renewable Energy Siting Assessment, ERISA, and there's some language cleanup there. Anybody want to share why?
I think it's just that. I mean, I think it's there's language there that wasn't entirely necessary, and so I think it's just cleaned up.
Dan?
Yeah, sorry, I was slow to react. I want to add a little bit to Mike's comment about microgrids. It's possible that a micro community might want to do a microgrid not related to community benefits on their own. And so if that, and as I've said in the past, I think these are going to tend to be smaller, right, in terms of acreage. But still, it's possible that a community might want to do, let's just say, 100 acres outside of their limit, their urban growth boundary, and so might fall under these rules.
Thanks, Dan.
Would that preclude, in your opinion, would that preclude? I mean, would an independent community sponsored microgrid wouldn't preclude that, would it? The way you're reading it? Dan?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying it might. I don't know, Mike.
I think, Dan, what you're saying is that you don't want to limit it to only a community benefit application.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. And so, and Mike, what I'm hearing you say is, let's keep it here, even though the group hasn't spent a lot of time on it. Let's flesh it out to the extent we can in the time we have in the community benefits section. But I think this is an example of one of those areas where in your recommendations as a RAC, you're saying, hey, we recognize there's value in microgrids. We just didn't have the time to unpack it in the way, give it the attention it deserved. And Andrew just put some clarification in the chat. How about we move on? We already talked about F as just cleanup language. Did anybody have any questions about that?
We did have some discussion about the language where it says typically comprised of multiple ownership. It's not necessarily necessary language within this definition.
Under G.
Yeah, and all we were trying to do there originally is to emphasize these are big areas. And so, if that's felt to be extra and unnecessary, that's fine.
Yeah, that's true. And these are large areas typically that we're talking about, and they might be comprised of multiple ownership, but they might not.
Okay. Any questions about that? All right, let's move on to the next. So you'll see in G and H the inclusion of 6, subsection 6. Anybody want to clarify why?
So I think that's how the rule is set up to read 6 and 7 together. And we had originally just included 7, I think, because 7 speaks to 6. But I believe this probably does a better job of making sure that they're both in play and both need to be satisfied. I think it's just a technical improvement.
Okay, thanks, John. All right, let's go ahead and motor on. Here we are in a blue technical. So someone want to say what this is about? has the meeting stated at?
Well, yeah, as much as anything, I think it's a correction because I got it. There's a typo there that Max caught. And what we're really doing here is relying on this existing definition as it is present in statute right now. We're just kind of restating that. So I'm sorry, Mike, I saw your hand pop up. I should let you go first.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, thanks. This again can be another placeholder discussion, but if you could scroll down just a little bit, please, to the definition of significant resource.
Determination.
Back a little bit.
7.
Right. No, up one more. Yeah, determination of significance, and the definition is a little bit higher up in the definition section. A little bit more. A little bit more. Where'd it go?
Which one are you looking for?
Under definition, there was a definition of significance. So it's towards the end of.
I think it's the very bottom one.
Yeah,
I think so.
I think
there it is. F.
That one.
Significant photovoltaic resource. That one.
Right. Yeah. The placeholder that I wanted to try and get into discussion at some point is what are the implications of a location being defined as a significant photovoltaic solar resource? I understand, how we're determining that, but then, okay, so let's say an area, a piece of land has been identified as significant. What are the potential implications of that designation and identification? So we can postpone that discussion, but I'd like to have it, please.
Okay, Max?
Well, I'll let John, Adam, or Gordon weigh in, but Mike, that's a good question. We were talking about that in the subcommittee where typically when you designate a resource under Goal 5, you obtain protections against other types of conflicting development. That is normally the benefit of obtaining the Goal 5 pathway, in addition to not needing the exception or having a justification for an exception to other goals. So we did talk about that. There is language in subsection 8 through 10, I think it is, John, related to the county's ability to identify those conflicts if it wants to. And I just wanted to flag that my comments that should say these could be consolidated rather than should be. So it might be an opportunity to make it shorter, but that was, I was viewing that more as a technical cleanup, but I appreciate your question, Michael.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that use of a determination of significance. I guess a concern that I have is whether or not this could lead to use of eminent domain over those lands, and whether this will help facilitate that possibility. And I would like to flag that, especially for James and Brandon, as to how counties might feel about that potentiality.
James unmuted and is thinking. He's got his thinking face on.
So while Commissioner is thinking, I would just offer that has not been in any part of the calculus, Mike, and I can't say that it's wrong, but boy, we have not presumed that there would be any higher likelihood of eminent domain with this regard than there would be with any other set of features.
I understand that we haven't been talking about it, but I'm just wondering what other potential players might be able to do with that designation.
Right, fair enough.
Yeah, I don't know if I have an answer that provides any kind of a guarantee with that. I think it's an interesting point, Mike. And for myself, I can say I live in a very small community, large area, but small community. And may the Lord have mercy on the man who tries to use eminent domain to I don't know how else to say it.
I can understand that if it's a person, but if it's an entity, it's a little hard to wrap your hands around that entity's neck sometimes.
So let's hear from
Mark,
Dugan
do
and
you
Mark.
have yeah, Mark.
We got a bunch of people weighing in.
Well, no, I think the logic has escaped me between how land use siting definitions could one-to-one relate to a condemnation process, right? I mean, it would be information that could support citing in some ways, but it's all readily available information, Mike.
No, I definitely let me just imagine how it could be used. Yes, I understand it's information, but if these areas are identified and designated and mapped, I could imagine perhaps the legislature or PUD providing the authority in order to meet our renewable energy goals to say this is critical priority for the state, and that justifies the use of eminent domain.
So, Mike,
as is done for transmission lines.
So Mike, I appreciate you bringing up this concern, and we've got a number of hands. I want to hear what everybody has to say, but I also want to caution that we not get wrapped around the axle on this topic. But if we can't solve it today, I think it's more of a concern that's significant. That's an important, significant concern. It's an important concern, Mike. But let's hear what other people have to say. But let's, yeah, okay, Mark could put something in the chat there. Dugan, go ahead.
Yeah, I can just say, I wasn't imagining this, especially as a independent power producer that does not have the authority to use eminent domain. We are only imagining. I can imagine, this area is selected. Hopefully, I think the intent is that it guides development towards these areas and away from the areas that the group has decided is kind of undesirable for solar to be built. And that, I guess, I think it's a little bit out of scope of the rule to imagine kind of a slippery slope that the legislature runs down on kind of an eminent domain pathway. I don't think acquisition of land is really an issue as it relates to solar development in terms of our negotiations with private landowners. We haven't, at least Pinegate has not run into significant issues where we wish we had the use of eminent domain to cite something. I mean, I think the general, idea of super citing of things like transmission is, I don't, that the general frustration with transmission build out is how long it takes and how long that permitting process takes. But I don't know if that's really on the table as it relates to the identification of these zones. And as if I'm kind of building a project in these zones and I need to build a gen-tie line to a transmission line, I'm going to work with with the private landowners that are willing to be compensated for an easement on their land to build where I need to build. And so that will kind of define the arena of possible for at least us. So I understand kind of the concern of saying, well, these areas have been located, so now we're gonna kind of go further. I don't know if I don't know if that jump is guaranteed. So I am not as concerned about it, and I think the development will occur, with consent of landowners, with compensation under this rule. But I appreciate you kind of bringing up that potentiality.
Mark Hartson, let's hear from you, and then Gordon, I think, has the sort of the last word to say about this, so we can move on. Oh, Mark was done. Gordon, I'm putting a lot of pressure on you there.
I just was going to say we need to move on. We don't have answers for this issue. It's kind of a new a bomb thrown into the proceedings. That's not I don't know that. I mean, eminent domain is a very broad issue, and if it's something that we need to address to the legislature in our report, but it's not part of the rulemaking process, and we have a lot to get to, so I'd like to move on if we can. I'm not to be too blunt about it, but we need to move on and not bring up an entirely new issue at this point, which is a legitimate issue, but we need to deal with the issues that we already know are on the table.
Yeah. And I was going to say, Mike, so I appreciate you bringing it up. I think it would be good to have it be a caution, but I think, Dugan, some of the language that you shared, we should capture as to clarify intent of the rules. So hopefully this starts to address the concern, Mike, that you brought up. Okay, let's go ahead and keep scrolling. Okay, that blue, we already talked about that. Can you go up, Ariella? I think we missed some. No, there. Okay, that was cleanup. Number 4 looks like just cleanup language. Number 6. Dugan?
I don't know if I can suggest a vote, but I would like to remove subsection B from this section. I think the development community has made it very clear that we don't think that capacity factor is a necessarily deterministic of anything in terms of a site's usability within Eastern Oregon. Solar is sited on rooftops and at the community and utility scale west of the mountains with lower capacity factors than what you can find in any section of Eastern Oregon, and is profitable. So I just don't believe that. I think thinking about slope certainly is. I've made that clear that we usually will not look at something 15% or more. So I think that's good. I think distance from transmission is a good conversation to have in terms of just setting some bounds of the arena if possible within any kind of mapping exercise. But I'm pretty sure that this 19 to 21% is inclusive of all of Eastern Oregon, and more generally, I'm a little just worried that for some reason legal things are going to get caught up on this and what determines that factor, and I just really don't think it should be used, just because I'm worried there's some someone comes in and claims that my solar capacity factor isn't what I think it is when I'm the one deciding whether that's economic or not, which, as we've stated, is always going to be the case pretty much. So I guess I will make that suggestion.
Thanks, Dugan. And Max, I think it'd be helpful for you to just talk a little bit about some of the language we changed in 6 that helps to, about this list, how this list could be viewed. Yeah.
So before we go there, Dugan, we talked about this section a lot in the subcommittee, and one thing that I didn't realize that I don't think the RAC understood is that the way that this is drafted says that the provisions in A through C are safeguard provisions. A county could make a determination that a project has quantity, quality, and location based on site characteristic, resource potential, proximity, on using substantial evidence in the record. And we talked a lot about whether that was the appropriate standard for resource areas versus resource sites. And what the subcommittee thought was that it may make sense to bifurcate so that a county has discretion to consider different locations, proximities, factors when designating an area, but A through C would be a safeguard for sites. So if you are within A through C, and that's the language that we added where it says a determination under this subsection for an area may be based on substantial evidence in the record, or a determination under this subsection for a site or an area can be based on the presence of the following, which shall be considered in all instances to comply with this rule. So A through C is really a safeguard for areas and sites. It would not prohibit a county from expanding the scope if they were to undertake a resource area inventory. So I just wanted to clarify that because I think the subcommittee hadn't caught that until we started talking about it. And Dugan, I don't know if that changes your statement, but that is how we proposed to draft it. And there was discussion about removing, distances based on voltage and just saying it's a policy decision about how far it is from any transmission line that's big enough to potentially interconnect utility scale.
Dugan, does that clarify some of your concern or your question about this? What are your thoughts?
I guess I'm still a little confused why that would address my concern. But I think also my concern is very small. Because as I stated, I think all of Eastern Oregon is included within this 19 to 21% or greater estimate. So if it's just if a county can act outside of that, then I guess good, because I don't want us to get caught up on that. So I guess it makes my concern less.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then just trying to read the changes here. So it's just you need to be within 2 miles of a transmission line, 69 kV or above.
Yeah, that's the policy question that we would need to get to, that we want to hear from everybody about that. Mike?
Yeah, the determination language there is written in the passive voice, and it wasn't clear entirely to me who is doing the determining. I'm assuming it's the county, but it's not clear to me. Is that what is implied there if making the determination?
John, is that a question for you?
I'm sorry, I was multitasking. I apologize, Mike. What was the question again?
He's asking about the determination. Go ahead.
Who is making that determination? Is it the county making that determination?
The county would make the determination.
Okay.
That's correct.
Maybe it'd be good to just specify that.
And it's interesting you mentioned that. That was one of the comments that we received from DOJ. It's like who is making the determination? And so I think you'll see a subsequent draft be more particular in calling that out.
And Andrew, before we hear from you, there were some good suggestions in the chat of a way to clarify this. So it looks like the 19 to 21 is the percent rating available in the ERISA tool. And then Greg and Max, I mean, there's some suggestions here about at least 19% or, so I don't know if we just need to pick something and move on. Andrew?
I'll just say that I think I will just echo Max's comment of unless FSEC is making the determination. So that's just something that I think DLCD needs to keep in mind if they're going to define who's doing this determination. They need to make sure that it applies in all.
Well, yeah, and I guess that's we've had conversations about scope creep and so on and so forth, and this is a different layer. I guess I have been operating with the understanding that we're really talking about a rule that applies to local government jurisdiction in those projects. And I'm learning and I'm accepting that, okay, so it could be some more than that, but I don't know how we can entirely articulate how we expect FSEC to apply this rule. I mean, I think that's kind of up to them. I mean, I don't think LCDC can dictate how someone else uses their authority. It's just awkward, I guess. I'm not trying to be dismissive of it. I just think I think we want to understand it as best we can. I'm not sure we can really account for it one way or the other in this rule, this LCDC rule. So anyway, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. So thanks, Max. I didn't mean to get us off track there.
Andrew, go ahead, and then we need to move on. So if somebody can make a suggestion about what we should do here, Andrew.
Okay, so I'll make two suggestions. One, I think that it should just be clear that an alternative, or for all of these things, it's always going to be based on substantial evidence. Whether the government is doing the first sentence of section 6, or if it's doing the area or site using the kind of safe harbor provisions that we have, all of those are going to be under substantial evidence standards. So I think that sentence can actually just be broken out. And then I don't know if we need to do that here, but I'm just noting that for DLCD. And then I think to say, I vote that we say at least 19% or greater, and then move on for that issue.
Thanks, Andrew, for those suggestions. What do folks think about that? 19% or greater, kind of it gets at Dugan's concern about this being limited. It still works within the ERISA, whatever that was up here.
I'm good with 19% because we'd had a little bit of discussion about giving a range versus, you know, a bottom threshold, and 19% is appropriate.
Okay, I saw some thumbs up. Any objections before we move on? Okay, let's go ahead and move on to the next one, which is this first highlighted policy question about how many miles? Wholly or partially within, it was 2 miles.
Well, it was 2 miles. It was 2 miles within within that particular rating. You may recall when we started out, we were talking about Andrea's. I want to respect Andrea's hand just went up, but she has something to say about this. I know. As we started, we didn't have. I don't think we had a rating so much as which is why maybe the definition of transmission line was more important at that point. But we said I think 5 miles. It was a standard 5 miles. And we went from that to 2 to 5 to 10 based on the rating, and also some language that we added in wholly or partially, which I meant to get at that answering the question, because I remember being asked, well, does it have to all be in? Does it probably have to entirely be in that, or just a point of interconnection have to be in there? Within that distance. So that answered that question, but it might kind of open up other questions with regards to establishing areas versus sites. So maybe, anyway, not to confuse that, but we had began with a kind of just a single fixed distance from all types of transmission. So and that distance was 5 miles. Not suggesting that's the right distance now, but that's where we had started.
Andrea?
I'm not going to fall on my sword over this one. This is if the solar developers are fine with this. I was coming from good government, is this where we need to draw a policy line? I am fine. There are other things I'll fall on my sword over, but right now I don't need to because it looks good. So yeah, don't worry about me on this.
Okay. Any Max or Dugan or Elaine or Damien, any of you want to weigh in on that? We need a number in there.
Yeah, I think the bigger policy question is whether it's wholly or partially within, but that depends on the distance. I mean, let's start with 10. How do people feel about 10 miles from 69 kV or above?
Feel like I'm an auctioneer. We got 10 on the table. How do people feel about 10? Dugan?
People probably knows. I've just talked with my team, and especially if the sizes are going to be limited below the FSEC thresholds, we're never going to, we kind of go with the calculus that's about $1 million a mile to build a gen tie line. That's really what I'm thinking about, is the generation tie line from my project to the transmission line or the substation that I'm interconnecting with. We'll just never build one at these kind of county level sizes probably more than 5, but definitely not more than 10 miles. So I'm comfortable with that. I think it kind of puts an outer bound while letting developers get creative. As transmission gets more and more scarce, we are going to have to be accepting gen tie lines that are longer to find. Maybe the best sites are 6 miles from the right transmission line, and so that I think if we're going to tighten up on some of the definitions later
in subsection 7, then we want to be flexible here because we want to make sure that developers can go further out to find those better sites rather than feel compelled to find a closer in site that isn't as much as one we want. So that would be my argument for making this, large but not like unlimited, with a 10-mile buffer. I don't think it's going to open up a ton of land, given that we've put a lot of work and there's a lot of limitations in subsection 7 of this rule.
Thanks, Dugan. Greg?
Yeah, I don't oppose this, and I certainly would defer to the expertise of the energy developers here. But I do want to caution that there's a potential for unintended consequences where I'm aware of at least one example of a project that is likely to be proposed right next to a transmission line, but they will not tap that transmission line, but rather run a gen tie to a different line that's much further away. And so it would qualify under this kind of rubric because it's close, but that's not actually the intent of the development. So there are potentials for those kinds of consequences. I don't know the magnitude or degree to which that's an issue, but I wanted to mention it to the group.
Thanks for that, Greg. Andrew?
Thanks, Greg, for raising that issue. Maybe you haven't been here, but I've raised that issue multiple times. I think it is an issue, and I think that ultimately, when we vote on it, folks just need to be aware that there's kind of that loophole in here, and it's going to catch people by surprise. But on the other hand, I understand that if you're looking to kind of designate or define an area, it makes sense that this is the area that you pick. In terms of addressing that issue, I would just say within X miles of a transmission line that it connects to, or whatever the appropriate language is. But that would be my clarification there, because I think what's going to happen is we've written 69 kV or above. That goes all the way up to 500 kV lines, and I think I've
or 1,000.
That nobody's really going to connect to those lines because it would be really expensive. But you end up opening that area to this.
So Andrew, let me pause here. So are you saying that it's the wholly or partially that is the loophole, or is that just the open-ended or above?
There's two parts to this loophole. The loophole is really are located within X miles of the transmission line, the rating 69 kV or above. So what that does is it says, well, 500 kV line, if you're within 10 miles of that, you can locate your project there. But then the facility is likely going to be connecting to something that isn't that 500 kV line. And it may be within 10 miles of the line that it connects to, but it may be 11 or 12. I don't know. So, and there is an example of that in Oregon currently, I believe that folks have discussed. So I just want to reiterate that my position is kind of to just say the line that you connect to keep it simple and straightforward and actually connect to that. But I agree that other people may differ on that. And then in terms of the 10 miles, I'm fine with that. I will just say that my goal here is that I think there should be land available, and depending on how all of these other criteria flesh out, maybe that needs to be increased. I don't know, but I think that's something that's it's dependent upon other factors, but I'm fine with putting 10 miles in for right now. So.
And so where would the word it connected to? So wholly or partially within 10 miles of a transmission line connection? Where would that word go?
It would be are located wholly or partially within 10 miles of transmission line that the project is connected to with a rating of 69 kV or above, something like that.
Okay, thank you. Mark?
Yeah, I mean, I've been trying to think about the outcomes of, all right, so you're connecting to a different line farther away. I'm not if the intent in our understanding is that we know where the transmission lines are and we're okay with that being the acceptable area of impact, I don't know what harm has been done. You know what I mean? I mean, sure, Gentile lines run across the landscape. Gentile lines aren't generally speaking big aggressive infrastructure that has a lot of conflicts. So I mean, we could amend for that language, but speaking from my perspective, I'm not sure that matters. In terms of the partially, I'm not sure, if we're worried about people just running a leg out to their project site to meet the partially, it could just say substantially in part. And that would be my thought there.
So instead of saying partially, it'd be wholly or substantially?
Yeah, meaning more than like.
Yeah, I understand. I just wanted to make sure. Okay. James.
Yeah, I see several problems with this in terms of adding additional language. I get where Andrew's coming from, but I want to flip this over to the other side of this is, okay, the whole point of this language is to limit impacts. That's why we're talking about the proximity. This is like, okay, here's a sweet spot, guys. It's in proximity to transmission. When an applicant comes forward, they submit a site plan. The site plan is talking about where they're going to run their Gentile line usually. You're having an understanding that you're going to go towards this transmission line. It may not be the line that you tie into, though. If you get to that transmission corridor, you're limiting your impacts at that point, and you're you're co-siting that infrastructure, and it's staying within that corridor at that point. But you might have to go an extra 4 miles up the line in order to get to the substation where you're tying into, and you might not be tying into, say, if that transmission line that you're in proximity to, say it's Bonneville, but you're not actually tying into Bonneville, you're tying into Pacific Core. That's further up at near a substation. That's where you're tying into. So are we going to kill the project because they're not tying into Bonneville's line, even though they're within 6 miles of the Bonneville line, and that's where their Gentile line is headed? And then once it's in the corridor, they can run it to wherever they need it to go. And maybe it's in 10 miles, maybe it's at 12 miles, but it's inside that corridor. At that point, I don't really care as a local government whether it's hooked to Bonneville or Pacific Core. That's outside of my purview. And so I don't know if I would feel comfortable with language saying, well, if you're in proximity to this transmission, that's the one you have to tie into. I don't know if I'm comfortable with that, because you have transmission lines that cross over all the time from different utilities and substations and everything, and add resiliency and redundancy to the grid. So I don't know if I'm there. I like the 10-mile language. I feel like we could get into some froggy weeds. I don't know if we go down the road of saying that is the line that you have to connect to. But I'm not an expert. I'm not a developer, so I'll pause my comments there. Thank you.
Yeah, and James, I want to point out that in the chat, Andrew said that he was agreeing with you.
Oh, thank you, Andrew. I get where you're coming from in terms of the loophole. Also in terms of the fact that we have this extra language in there. We moved it from substation to transmission line because we were trying to co-locate any potential impacts of that infrastructure. So we were trying to build some play in there so that these thresholds of, say, 10 miles per se wasn't entirely restrictive. As long as you're within proximity to a corridor, so to speak.
So I see John and Andrew's hands up. I just want to pause and make sure people are tracking in the chat. There's some good suggestions here. It sounds like where we're headed is focusing on the word partially. Is it wholly or predominantly, wholly or substantially? And then within 10 miles, it seems like I haven't heard people say that's a problem. And then folks are unpacking whether or not we want to put this caveat on there about is it intending to connect, or is it connected, or not have anything about connection. So that's where we're at, just to focus in so we can get to some agreement. John?
Thanks, Jamie. Just a couple quick things. One, I guess we took a crack at some language about, connecting to the transmission line proximate to, that's in subsection 13. Andrew, that was that was in response to your comments. So we did take a shot at that. The group looked at it and proposed to take it away as being unnecessary. We also, earlier on, very early on, we did take a look at as many projects as we could find that were developed or approved in Oregon, and they're all within 4 or 5 miles of a transmission line. We didn't try to determine whether or not they connected to that line, but they're all right in those corridors. So anyway, would just offer those things on those points. That's where they seem to be locating within those corridors, and that we did try to take a crack at some of that language. It's a little lower down towards one of the latter sections of the rule.
Thank you, John. Andrea?
All right, I'm just going to say this because I have to. Listening to the conversation, it feels like this whole discussion is about putting another wrap around what the area is that we want to open. And it feels very arbitrary to me. Just because there's a transmission corridor there doesn't mean there's not, wildlife or ag, the impacts we're truly trying to avoid. And if the transmission line is not there, it doesn't mean there's not a perfect spot 10.5 miles away, right? So I don't understand why, from a policy level, and I will just say this and let everyone do what they want with it because I'm going to go with whatever. I don't understand why we're even having this in, even though it's in, just because it's in the legislation, I think the RAC can make a recommendation going, this is an arbitrary limiter. And that's it. I'm done.
Thanks for that, Andrea. And I think the intent, we want to make sure that we're looking at this in context with what's above it. And remember all the language above it, which is, yeah, right here. So we've got determination under the subsection for photovoltaic solar resource area may be based on substantial evidence in the record or in the alternative for determination, blah, blah, blah. And then these are some criteria to help that other part of section of this upper paragraph. So I just want to make sure we're not losing sight of what we're trying to do here. And I think there sounds like there's agreement on the 10 miles. And again, if we want to get to a map, that's helpful sideboards for the agency, right, John, to have some information about its, yeah. So it sounds like I'm hearing 10 miles. I'm hearing, maybe not partially, maybe it's predominantly. I think there was a concern that, or substantially. So what I hear in that is people want to make sure that it's mostly and not just a little teeny bit. And then the other part is, what was the other part I was going to say? Oh, the connected part. And so Mike suggested a corridor, so transmission line corridor. But then it sounds like we're backing away potentially from, the connection question, that might be too restrictive. So that's my take. That's where I feel like where we're at. Andrew?
Sorry, I don't want to complicate this, and I won't. But I'll say I'm just fine just noting the loophole. I agree that in terms of defining a corridor, that this makes sense. I think we've all talked about it. I think we should just vote on it and move on. But one thing that I think needs to be considered is how this safe harbor language would apply in an area designation context versus a site or a facility context. And so I think it works fine. The first two, topography and capacity factor, work fine if the local government wants to use these to help define an area. But then when you get to C, you can run into some problems with are located wholly or substantially within 10 miles. I guess that could give the government flexibility to go beyond the 10 miles, which to Andrew's point, may be good. And probably to some of the developers' points, because if you identify a low conflict site that's further out, the government then has the flexibility to do that. They also have the flexibility to do that under the way we've written the first part of subsection 6 anyway. But I just want to point out that the way this is written, you could get some weird circumstances that happen when you start to locate an area where you could locate the area actually 15 miles away, so long as it was partially or substantially within a 10-mile distance of a transmission. Anyway, it just gets weird. I don't think anyone will do that. I just want to point that out. So
Okay.
that may need some clarification or some wordsmithing, not here right now, but
Thank you, Andrew. So to Andrew's point, is there anyone that disagrees with 10 miles? And then in terms of the wholly or partially, I haven't heard anybody say they disagree with wholly, but the partially, it sounds like we've got substantial, predominantly. It sounds like people want to move away from partially and do something a little bigger than partial. And we can wordsmith that. Dugan?
Yeah, I'm okay with the predominance test. That's kind of it's used within the soil siting guidelines currently. So, solar developers are kind of used to that. But yeah, and I don't like the idea of like a weird, like gerrymandered looking solar project with like a bunch of panels going off in one direction and kind of small line. So I'm just trying to think of how someone could kind of play with that. But yeah, I think a predominance test is fine there. But yeah, I don't know what substantially means. So a predominance test is 50.1% is pretty legally usable in my mind.
Yeah, Mark put in predominance as well in the chat. So then it would read wholly or predominantly within 10 miles of a transmission line. Do we want to add corridor? Are we good with no corridor? Any thoughts on that? Mark says no corridor. Doesn't sound like people have strong feelings about.
Well, it depends on the definition of transmission line.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm not tracking where we're at with language. Where are we talking about adding it in?
It says wholly or partially, and we talked about changing partially to predominantly. So it'd be wholly or predominantly within 10 miles of a transmission line. And after that,
Predominantly works because it's not comprised of like, I mean, it's like, are we talking about the 50% of the resource area or site needs to be within that distance? Is that what predominantly would mean?
I think so.
That's a good question, Elaine. That it is drafted so that the site or the area is within that distance, but does that work with the footprint of the facility would always be within the site or the area to comply with the rule. So is it an issue?
Maybe we can deal with what do people want? Like, is it need to be within 10 miles or can it be, some of it can be within 10 miles?
Yeah, I mean, that's what people are saying, that's fine, but that partially is not, folks are leaning towards putting wholly or predominantly within 10 miles of a transmission line. And then the question was raised by Mike Ing, should we add corridor in there? And we're trying to decide if we need a corridor or not. And it sounds like there's not a lot of strong opinions about including corridor somewhere in there. Mike, do you want to clarify what you're?
I was really just responding to Commissioner Williams's comment that one of the goals of this is to, for the counties to limit impacts of the project and to put some limits on it. And so if Gentai was going to be not to that direct transmission line, but it could minimize impacts if the Gentai went through the transmission corridor rather than elsewhere. So I would defer to Commissioner Williams and his interpretation and recommendation on this.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, it was just kind of a comment that I was making. I mean, either one works, but corridor, maybe that would help. Does that help address maybe some of the partially or wholly language? Just a question. I don't know if it does.
Yeah, I think people are agreement on predominance. I am getting concerned about the big yellow sections I'm seeing later in the doc. And so I feel like we should move on. I think there's agreement on 10 miles, and it sounds like there's agreement on wholly or predominantly. And so I feel like we should move on with that. Mark?
No, I mean, I agree. I just wanted to, I'm not really sure what the impacts of a Gentile line are, to be entirely honest. I mean, the ones I've seen are mostly replicate pretty similar to an average residential line in terms of what they are. And so they're not a huge scenic impact. They're not a huge impact to ag operations. I mean, there could be some height clearance issues, but I think that's usually integrated. So I'm not really too worried about the Gentiles, Mike. And my concern with corridors, I don't know what that means. Is that, a line is a specific object on the landscape kind of thing from which we can draw a center line. A corridor, are we talking about the legal area of easement? Are we talking about, the areas evaluated for impact from that line, so on and so forth? So I just don't know what that would be determined to be. And in terms of any kind of having to actually get in an argument, any litigation about one of these things.
But a line is more clear.
Yep.
Max?
Thanks. Yeah, I just want to flag for the department that we need to be sure that the definition proposed for transmission line is correct. It is currently the definition under chapter 758, which is limited to a utility provider. I don't know how utility provider is defined. Does that capture munis and co-ops? But I think the intent is that it doesn't matter who owns it. If it's a transmission line that's 69 kV, then it counts. So just asking the department to review that and make sure that the definition of transmission line is correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so it sounds like where we landed is wholly or predominantly within 10 miles of a transmission line of 69 kV or above. Can we move on? Ariella, scroll before we get, there we go. So so 7, blue language here shall be considered significant when they are found to be consistent with this subsection. That sounds like language cleanup. Let's look at the yellow under A, small a, large A. All right. So this is that question of significance. Agricultural lands protected under goal 3 that are comprised of soils with an agricultural capability of class
7 and 8.
Yep, 7 and 8. So let's just take all of this together here. What are people's thoughts?
This is what we had already proposed, right? This isn't new.
Yeah.
Then I'm for it.
Yes.
I think I'll just offer, maybe speaking as go, well, you know what, we got thumbs up. Maybe I'll just shut up. I'll just stop.
Yeah, Elaine?
You're muted.
Thank you. Sorry. I was going to talk to 7AB. I had a question there for the what classification to put in. My question on a policies front was if, regardless of class, if the grassland is producing 300 pounds of forage per acre per year, does the class really matter? So could we add class, 3, 4, and 5 here, or 4 and 5 and 6 to 7B to give some more flexibility, and we're really looking at what the productivity is, not the class.
Elaine, thank you for raising that. I know, and Mark, I see your hand shoot up, and I probably should let you talk to it. My suspicion is that there won't be any soils of a lower category, but you never know, right? I mean, one thing to do would be just to take out the class altogether and just have the test be the ability to produce that amount of forage or not.
Mark?
I think the reason why it was written that way, Elaine, is to John's point, the higher capability soil classes probably are going to be producing more than that. And it saves you from more analytical steps when evaluating the piece of property. In terms of having to do forage analysis on everything, you only have to look at the class 6 soils. That was honestly my thinking.
Right. But if you open it up to more classes of land, if an applicant can prove do the forage analysis to prove that it's less than the 300 pounds per acre, then it might be a lower conflict site than one might presume just based on the class. Because if it could have, like, I'm thinking of a mosaic potentially of different classes. So
yeah, I mean,
put that out there for conversation.
Yeah, but the soil classing is in part predicated, and not in part, not in whole, on productivity. And so, I mean, we can do that. It's just, I think we might be opening up more time and more interpretive difficulty potentially, Elaine, down the road about those questions. If you have a property that's producing less than 300 pounds of forage, but is a class 4, for example, it's probably either soil classed wrong, which does happen, or it's not really a question of the resource being potential productivity. It's probably a question of bad management. And I wanted to get away from those arguments as well, if that makes sense.
So are we proposing to keep the language there the way it's written? Elaine, does that answer your question?
I mean, that's Mark's opinion. I guess I'm curious of what other folks think. I mean,
Yeah.
I respect his opinion. But it's just, have we looked at what this, I mean, it still goes back to, have we mapped the potential areas and acreages that might qualify under 7A? I mean, are we leaving ourselves with anything that actually falls under 7A if we are so narrow?
Mark, your hand is still up. I don't know if you had something more to clarify there. Andrea, thoughts?
Just clarify that I think if we're looking at mappable, like if our parts of our issue is we want something that's mappable, we need to leave it like this because you can make the argument, right, later on that somebody can make the argument of, well, this is less, less productive. But for the issue of drawing that first area of what's available, I think this is how you need to leave it.
Other RAC members weigh in?
I agree with Elaine. I mean, this could be the right number. We just don't know because we don't have mapping. So are we starting from a presumption that there is nothing that qualifies outright because there are no sites that only contain class 7 and class 8 soils, or class 6 soils that are 300 pounds of forage or less per year? That's the question in my mind. Like, if the answer is there are lands available, great. If the answer is there are no lands available, then we didn't do our jobs. So I don't know how we answer this without having maps.
Andrew, and then we should let somebody make a proposal about what we do with that, because it sounds like we've reached our limit on how to address this. Andrew?
I'm just going to second that I think this is a mapping issue that the RAC needs to fully understand what these criteria are and how they map out on the land. And just would put out there that if it turns out that, with these distances and these criteria, you're really not getting to the goal that the legislature wanted of making area available for these solar sites, then I think we need to come back and have a policy discussion about what makes sense. But I think as a starting point, I would support what's here.
Mark?
I guess one quick key question in the conversation is availability determined as with or without mitigation, because this is not saying that these areas aren't available. It just said without the need for mitigation. And so that's, I guess, part of the key question in terms of how framing this question for the group in terms of success or not.
Yeah, that's a good point. And maybe we need to keep the conversation going as it relates to 7B and this kind of the similar prong under 7B. One of the things to go to mapping, I'm wondering if we could, once we work through all of 7, 6 and 7, and we, get to the language that we think we're, as far as we're going to be able to take it, if then we apply some mapping to the language at that stage and just see where we're at before we propose any or make any recommendation to the commission, because then that might be a little bit of the test Andrew was talking about of like, did we get there?
Mm-hmm. That's a good suggestion, Elaine. Mark and then Max, and then let's move on.
Yeah, just to respond to what Mark said, I mean, I think that's the question, Mark. Like, if we're only providing lands that require mitigation, well, that's a policy decision. And then we're essentially acknowledging that there are no lands that are no conflict for solar. All lands require mitigation. Well, we haven't really talked about if that's the right approach or if that meets the legislative intent. So that's why I think we need to start with, is there anything that meets 7A? And if not, then we have to come back and talk about it.
Brandon?
So I've been kind of thinking about this as we talk about, would this be effective in accomplishing what we want to do as far as finding significance? If we were to approach this from the local planning commission perspective, and I as staff went to the planning commission and proposed these parameters as a workable starting point for us, it would beg the question, and they would probably look at me and say, okay, we have a viable GIS department. What does this actually look like? How many acres are we talking about? So I think it is a good point. It makes a lot of sense. If I were to propose a rule structure that affected a certain amount of acreage in determining these areas, my planning commission and elected officials would want to know, okay, what are we actually looking at? And as a starting point, and then we probably need to go from there.
So what I'm hearing is that we should keep this for now. We should continue working on the language on the lower sections, and then take a step back, apply it to a map, see if that's helping us to resolve the central question that this group was assigned to resolve about making lands available, and then go from there. Yeah? Okay. So we'll keep this all here for now, and let's just keep moving down. And I do want to point out it's 11 o'clock. We've been at this for 2 hours, and I do want to give people a 10-minute break here. So maybe let's finish the technical pieces of yeah, there you go, Ariella. E and F, and take a quick break and then come back with B. So what information do we need from the subgroup about the technical changes that were put in E? Actually, excuse me, Greg, before we hear your question, if we could hear from anyone from the subgroup about the technical changes in E.
I'm not exactly sure, but I think this was where we were looking to have a conversation with Jeremy about some of this, of how it was going to work.
Yeah, we were both looking for Jeremy's input, but then
Yeah.
a lot of the changes were just to be more specific to the actual standards of land evaluation that ODF and W uses.
Yeah. Thanks for that. That's what I was looking for. Greg, did you have a question here?
I stepped away for just a moment, but it looked like you scrolled past the yellow highlighted deletion of the language with respect to forest lands.
I did.
Was that not discussed? I'll just say that I I take this as the lesser of two evils to remove it, and I support it. But I didn't know if that needed additional discussion.
Yeah, I appreciate that flag, Greg. As Rick, if you remember at the last RAC meeting, we talked about tabling forestry because we didn't have the right people. We haven't had a significant conversation about it, and making a recommendation to the LCDC that this would be a topic we would take up in a subsequent discussion. So if people are still comfortable with that, then that's why that is struck. Are people still comfortable with that approach? Max? Yep, Mark.
I think we should take a vote.
I see lots of thumbs up. Let's go ahead and if people are comfortable, I'm not seeing any thumbs down or any hands raised.
Sorry, what was it? Forest.
We're kind of blowing through this one, Elaine. Greg highlighted that the section about removing forestry, so C.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he just wanted to make sure that we were on board with that. We're removing it because of we don't have the right people. We haven't had enough time. It's an important issue to address, but we're not doing it in this phase. And then Max suggested we do a thumbs up to make sure people were on board with that, and all I see are thumbs up. Great. Thanks for that. Keeping us honest, Greg. Okay, and then E, we talked about that this was, we were going to do some work with Jeremy to make sure that this language jived with what ODFW's intent was. And this was more cleanup language about how agencies work with ODFW around consultation. It's similar to how they work with other agencies. That's my understanding about this piece. Any other thoughts on this proposed change? Okay, let's look at F and then let's take a 10-minute break. So there's some red language there being proposed. Someone from the subgroup want to talk about where we landed on this?
Well, just briefly, the conversation in the subgroup was that we weren't sure that the RAC had the time or the expertise to develop new standards related to historic, cultural, and archaeological resources. So maybe the best thing to do would just be cross-reference to an existing program to ensure that those resources are appropriately dealt with under a program that is under existing law. We don't know what that cross-reference is, but that's where the subcommittee left it.
People on board with that approach?
I'll just follow up and provide a little more info on that. I'm still working with some of the folks from the cultural TAC and some of our tribal contacts and some other staff on this as well to make sure we find the right thing to cross-reference for it.
But the intent is that we're not going to take time as a RAC to do something new.
Yeah.
We're going to reference work that's already there.
Yeah, that was the determination of the small group.
Does anybody feel differently about that? Not seeing that. I did see some thumbs up. Okay, let's take just a 10-minute break. Thanks for that thumb, Mark. Let's just take a 10-minute break, grab some water, use the bathroom, come back and keep going.
Awesome. Thanks, Jamie.
Mm-hmm. All right. 10 minutes goes fast. Ariella, are you, when you have can you go ahead and put up the doc for us? Thank you. Yeah, right there. Perfect. Okay. Mitigation hierarchy. I believe this was technical cleanup language here in subsection or sub B. Anybody want to speak to this from the subcommittee? John, you came off mute.
I did, but I'm waiting for others to see if they would care to offer their thoughts. Or I can just start.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so subsection 11 isn't a brand new addition, but it wasn't original to the first draft. Probably popped in somewhere in August or September. And what it did is it kind of inserted what we have viewed as a mitigation hierarchy, which talks about the different steps of mitigation. And that to complement that, we've also offered what has become subsection 12 to try to clarify opportunities when both discretionary and clear and objective when compensatory mitigation is required or actual offset. So there was some thought about, do we need to plug in a mitigation hierarchy at all? Which I think is fair to ask. Is it in the right place? Which I think is also fair to ask. And if we were to look at that, I think a lot of folks are kind of familiar with the basic assembly of the mitigation hierarchy. It talks about avoidance being the first step, and then minimization being the second step, and then actual compensatory mitigation or offset being a final step. So if there's still impacts that remain after those first two things, then we talk about, okay, how do we actually furnish a genuine and reasonable offset? So I'll just stop there and see if anybody else has an interest in elaborating further.
And hands up. Anybody about including the mitigation hierarchy here? This is getting at let's see, yeah. Elaine, Max, go ahead. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Elaine.
We discussed this in the work group. And it was unclear to us if section 11 is intended to be a standard that needs to be applied like section 12, or what section 11 really is. And given that there are avoidance and arguably minimization measures already taking place by the site selection under A and B, it raised the question of, do we even need 11? Can we just rely on section 12? Or to the extent that we need some parts of 11, can we integrate it into some of the language in section 12? Because right now it's unclear in how you're going to apply the rule of how you even apply section 11 or what it requires you to do. That's my take on it.
Go ahead, Max.
Yeah, I guess just what Elaine said, like, I think this highlight depends on what we end up doing with the mitigation hierarchy below. So,
And my understanding, based on what John just said, is that section 11 is not merely, but this is the word I'm using. I mean, it's a description of the mitigation hierarchy, so people understand, what the three tiers of it are. Is that right, John?
It is, but it's also, there should be an analytical aspect there. And looking at the highlighted language, I don't know if we got this drafted quite right. But the really kind of what motivated us to include that was the realization that we were spending a lot of time talking about, mitigation in terms of what kind of offsets would be necessary, um, and didn't want to forget that there are other types of mitigation, with regards to design or I don't know, hours of operation obviously doesn't apply here, but there's other ways to mitigate. And we also didn't want people to get caught up in some sort of double jeopardy about avoidance. We wanted to answer that question, and just to declare that the avoidance piece is satisfied by, essentially honoring and following the provisions of 7C, which are descriptive of areas that are off the table. I don't know if we got that teed up quite right there, but we didn't want to forget minimization as a legitimate, which some people call avoidance, but as a legitimate mitigation opportunity. And we do, presume that there'd be some analytics that go in there. And we didn't want to keep people accidentally caught up in some double jeopardy. Okay, we're in an area where we're on class 3 dry farmland, but that's not good enough. You need to go look and describe why you can't go on class 6 dry farmland. Thought that would be kind of awkward and contrary to what we're hoping to do there. So I'll stop there and do my best to answer any questions.
I'm not seeing any hands going up about, and I'm focused right here on just this, the blue here where it says when subject to the mitigation hierarchy. So
I think we keep moving on.
yeah, it feels like we should just
Park
go.
this until we get to 11 and
Yeah.
12.
Yep, thank you. Let's keep. So then we go down to the red at the bottom of big C, unless mitigated pursuant to section 12A.
Well, before we go there, I just want to call out one of the discussions we had in the subcommittee was that the avoidance areas under A are the avoidance areas identified by ODFW as range. That is not equal and equivalent to goal 5 inventoried habitat resources at the county level. And so that is still an open issue. And then the changes to B and C, I think, are, whatever the changes end up being to the consultation language and the presence of data, that could all be in one section that says, here's what you have to mitigate for.
Okay, thanks for that clarification, Max. Should we keep scroll? Oh, Jeremy.
Yeah, just super quick, trying not to interject much here as we try to work through this. One of the challenges is outside of mule deer winter range, none of these other layers existed when we adopted most of the county goal 5. Without having regular goal 5 review, they're very antiquated. So that's just one thing to keep in mind, is that there's a lot more data present now than since most of the counties have looked at their goal 5 inventories.
Andrew?
I kind of think that this needs to be written in a way, it may be the case that all of the identified habitat in this section that ODF has ended up mapping since counties adopted their goal 5 inventories is greater than the area of the goal 5 inventories for counties. But I think if it's not, it would need to be written, and not saying to workshop it here, but I think from my perspective, it would need to be written in a way that it covers both. So that if you're in a county goal 5 habitat, you got to comply, or if maybe you're outside of county goal 5 habitat, but you're in with the mapped area, you got to comply with that. So that I would advocate for that.
And then my question for the counties would be, can you adequately mitigate for county designated goal 5 winter range? Because my understanding is that that's a no-go zone for solar development. So does that go here in the mitigated standards or does it go in the avoidance areas?
James, Brandon?
Well, I guess where is that coming? Where's that requirement that it's a no-go area or that it can't be mitigated?
Just from practical experience, I don't know that it's a legal restriction, Andrew, but
Well, we also had Max at one point. There was a time, I think, when some of the exclusion areas, or there was we've got other goal 5 areas identified in local comprehensive plan or something like that, which I think we removed.
I guess, yeah, I guess if it were within a county goal 5 area, unless DLCD or LCDC is going to kind of override and say this is what is protective of the resource. I guess, are you worried, Max, that then if you're in a goal 5, county designated goal 5 area, that you then would have to go through the EC analysis?
potentially that I'm more worried about practical implementation that, you know, the rules say you can qualify for this if you're outside of the ODFW stuff. So I'm just thinking of the likely scenario that you show up with a project that's outside of this, but it's in the county goal 5 inventory. And how is that then dealt with?
I think that's a valid point. I hope I'm not jumping up in front of anybody. Because Brandon identified this pretty early on. I remember he brought it up before we were in Madras. And so believe it or not, I spent a lot of time trying to think through it. And kind of where I came up with, or where I landed, right or wrong, was that the language in the statute, 215.446, whatever, speaks to the ODF and W, paraphrasing, speaks to ODF and W mitigation hierarchy. That's not the exact language, but that's generally what it says. And so we didn't want to be out of bounds, be more lenient. But also, I guess I was maybe unnecessarily concerned that if we also folded in county goal 5 habitat, then what happens if it's not habitat anymore? Like Jeremy had mentioned, maybe that's not an issue. But as Jeremy has mentioned, many of these programs were stood up 40 years ago, and the wildlife had moved. And so would we be at risk of protecting lands that are identified as some sort of habitat but really don't serve that purpose now 40 years later? I don't know. So I thought we felt that it was probably more straightforward to stick with the ODF and W categories that were referenced in the statute.
Yeah, but then you also have the language here that just says under A here, exact location of wildlife habitat identified by this subsection may be refined during consideration of a specific project.
Yes, and that,
Done.
yes. And
So
we
that's your sort of catch-all language to say, well, maybe it's not.
Well, it could, yeah, right. So maybe that's maybe that's the equalizer, right? And so if folks want to say, yeah, so that's Andrew's point in the chat there. So maybe that's settles it. I mean, if we want to, I think it would be additive, I guess, if we were to include the local goal 5 inventories, it would probably be could be additive. Looks like Max is saying let's move forward. So and I'm in agreement with that. So
Yeah, and I'm not seeing a flurry of hands pop up around this, so let's just keep scrolling here. All right, so we've got the added red unless mitigated pursuant to section 12A. Move forward. Yeah, and then D is the same situation we already talked about, that we won't know until we map. Same with F.
Well, so E is a policy question about appurtenant water rights.
Oh, what did I just blow past?
Sorry, the ones, Jamie, that have comments, the highlight isn't
Oh,
showing.
yep.
Sorry.
Thank you. Yep. Thanks, Max. All right, let's pause there on the water right. April. April, the exact person to weigh in on this.
I'll do my best. Well, thank you. And I've been silent today. Myself and my staff person have been kind of covering all these meetings, and so absorbing all of these changes. And then I think also when we get to the mitigation section, I may have some more comments. But I do think my understanding of the way that it's worded here, without an appurtenant water right, would cover the water right having been transferred off of the property, if that was the question.
I think April, I'm not sure we actually decided on this one yesterday. There was a lot of back and forth. My concern was making sure that transfer for the purpose of facilitating a solar development was removed from the possibility in this language. And I think that could be fixed on January 1st, 2024, or 5 years, kind of standard. But that was my thinking.
So that would be that it had already occurred, which I think that your concern there would hopefully be addressed by that. Not having been involved in all the conversations, just trying to track all that. But I think if at least the language would indicate that there is not a water right there on that date, that would cover that.
Mark, is that concerned to get at termination of agricultural water rights? Because if it's moved and transferred to another agricultural use for the purpose of solar, is that a problem?
No, that's a good clarification, Max. If to my mind, if the water's still in ag use, we're good, right? I think it's just the cancellation. So I think maybe that's a clarification we can get in there.
Okay, thanks for clarifying.
Do one of you want to propose a way to clarify that so we don't lose that? Do we need language added to make sure that?
So there's some language here. Yeah. So the unless mitigated language is new, I think. And so Max helped me with that. So I think what this now would say, the effect would be that you can't be, basically we're trying to avoid land that's irrigated, right? And so this would say now that it would be land that's not irrigated, and this is a language we could use some help on without an appurtenant water right. I don't know if that fits the best or not. But then it also suggests that it could be or could have been had that appurtenant water right if the adequate level of mitigation is also applied. So I think this opens things up to consider lands that may have today have an appurtenant water right, but maybe later on they don't. So I guess I want to make sure we've got that straight.
Yeah, I think I kind of see them as two different things. Like the mitigation standard under 12B is just, generally you have to mitigate for any of this stuff. But Mark, I think what you're saying is something along the lines of adding another unless that would say like without an impertinent water right on 1/1/24, unless the water right is moved to another agricultural use, or unless the water right is moved, not terminated, or something like that.
Yeah, I'm working on putting an idea for language in the chat here.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mark.
I just want to say, I think that as if April is able to track what's being stated and weigh in, I think Mark, from what I've heard from folks like Jim Johnson, I think the issue is that it's really important that the water right remain in agricultural use if it's transferred off.
Yeah, and April just put in the chat that the use of the word termination is not the right word.
Yeah,
Mark?
I
go ahead, April.
Sorry.
Go ahead, April.
Well, I do think, and John has been racking around different ideas on this and happy to help with some of the language, but I think there's, well, in trying to track with where we're at currently, it's these lands uh and versus the ones that we're looking for mitigation for. So I think I do wholeheartedly agree. Of course, the goal is to keep water being used for agricultural purposes as much as possible. But the so just kind of reading here where we are with E, because that helps me track a little better. Agricultural lands protected under Goal 3 that are comprised of soils with an agricultural capability of class 3, 4, or 5, comma, without an appurtenant water right. So it's all of that as an and proposition. So I think with acknowledging that the statement could be clarified a little bit, the appurtenant water right could mean that it never had one to begin with, or that the water right has been transferred off, or that the water right has been uh, canceled on January 24 based on what's in here before us. So I think again, trying to track with what we're trying to accomplish, which is providing a pathway for some of these projects to go forward without mitigation versus the ones that would need to have mitigation. I think we're getting close to what could work in this particular section. And then I think getting into the mitigation section, I need to hear the discussion that I anticipate we'll have as we go through those various highlights, because that's the part that's a little bit more difficult for me to track as far as how that works, if that makes sense or if that's helpful.
So what I heard you say, April, is that for purposes of this section, this language is fine, but it needs to be further clarified in the mitigation section later.
Yeah, and I do, and also acknowledging that there may be a little bit of refining around that. So the specific without an impertinent water right, I think Greg put in the chat about unadjudicated. So it might need to be water right or decree. But I think that's just like one word. If just trying to get into the concept of there isn't a actual water right for the general purposes.
And so the words without an appurtenant water right, I guess what I'm trying to understand is, do we need other words here? Mark's clarified, added some, a suggestion, Greg's added one that makes that more clear. That's what I think we're trying to figure out. Is that necessary to make that more clear here?
Well, if you're asking me, and I do like Mark's suggestion in there in the chat, but I guess I'm also thinking about just the effort we have as a whole on this rulemaking, and that bluntly, there's a lot of words on the paper here, and I think I'm comfortable with the words around the water rights because that's obviously something that we have an interest in. But we may need to come back to it after we get into the mitigation section.
Okay.
Well,
What
I'd also
other-
offer
go ahead,
real
John.
quick. So this language works in concert with some other language in 7C below. And so I think what we're talking about here is a bit of a departure from how this has been drafted, which is great. This is when we're supposed to talk about it, right? But what this would do, I think, and if it's the will of the RAC, I think it's fine. Is to make lands that are being irrigated or subject to a water right, which as originally drafted would not be eligible necessarily for consideration. I think it would liberate them. So if they are being irrigated, if that water is transferred off, whatever the right language is, the right way is, could then become eligible under this arrangement. So again, that's just, I'm not saying that's right or wrong. I'm just saying it's a little different than how it's drafted. But if that's where folks, if that feels right, then I think that's fine.
Oh, Jamie, you're muted. Sorry, Jamie, I saw you talking, but I think you were muted. I think that from my perspective, I think that Max, was it your intent that just by putting in there the unless mitigated pursuant to section 12B, that would just be the place where you would then start to talk about what is okay in terms of mitigation, like a transfer of a water right for ag use, or is that just a placeholder? Because as I read it, 12B is kind of a generic mitigation section and doesn't really address the issues that we've been discussing here.
Maybe 12B is the wrong cross-reference. It was just to get at Elaine's request that we cross-reference the actual mitigation requirements under section 12 to clarify what mitigation requirements go with what mitigated areas. So that cross-reference just needs to be cleaned up. But to John's point, I think this interacts with the avoidance areas under C sub G. And we have to look at all of them together, I think.
Okay, so why don't we move on? We've got some draft language here. Yeah, let's just keep going. And then if we have to loop back, we'll loop back. So actually there was in the chat, we missed the 640 acres. Oh, there it is. Yeah, under D. Can someone in the subgroup talk about why we took that out?
So it was very poorly drafted. I just stuck that in there to remind myself, and then I never came back and fixed it. So I'll take responsibility for that being awkward and confusing. And I'm going to ask Mark to help me with this conversation. But what I think we're saying is that basically a pasture less than a section is not enough to worry about. It doesn't have enough carrying capacity, even at 300 pounds or more, to really worry about having to mitigate. When you start getting about a pasture that's larger than 640 acres or property, then that's big enough to make a difference. And with that level of capacity for biomass, it probably should, it should be mitigated because it has a more realistic probability of being meaningful to a commercial ranching operation. So again, we're trying to kind of split the difference a little bit. If it's not a huge site, probably is okay. If it's a bigger site, though, we want to take a closer look.
Yeah, I think we were just trying to not be punitive with the mitigation requirements on lower productivity stuff, while still recognizing that even if you hit a lot of low productivity stuff, you're going to have an impact. So in discussion, 640 acres was just the amount we hit on. It seemed to be kind of an easily understandable metric for most purposes. And I think a good way of avoiding mitigation on kind of lower output forage in a way that's probably not going to be so community contentious in terms of the local economic impact. So
could I just make a suggestion that if we do want to do the kind of make it greater than 640 acres, I think we could just put at the beginning of D, we could just put agricultural lands larger than 640 acres, greater than 640 acres, whatever the language is, protected under goal 3, and that would clarify that that's the threshold. I see Elaine's got a thumb up. So that's what I propose.
Andrew, can you put that in the chat, the language, so we can make sure to get it? Yes. Max?
I'm not following, like, Elaine or Andrew, maybe you could clarify that more. I mean, I think what I'm hearing Mark say is that the 300 pounds of four, well, yeah, I'm confused. I'll just stop
I
there.
guess that's a good point, Max, because my understanding of just what we were talking about was that if the impacted land is less than 640 acres, no mitigation is required. If it's more than 640 acres, then you got to go to section 12 to propose
Yeah.
mitigation.
And that's the language if you look at what Andrew just put in the chat.
Yeah.
Well, so then we'd have to add another provision to A that says that's the same as D, but less than 640 acres.
That was already in there.
Yeah, I don't think we have the acreage threshold in here, but we do have the forage threshold. And so I think that how it's intended to
Oh, I
work
see.
in above in A is that, you know, if you're class 6 soils in this instance and don't have the capacity to produce that amount of forage, then there's no mitigation required. If you do have that capacity to produce that amount of forage, mitigation is triggered only if the site is above 640 acres. That's the distinction about where we've drawn the line anyway. I try to make a distinction between what could really be used legitimately in conjunction with a commercial grazing operation.
So anything under 640 is allowed on class 6, is that right?
Yes, without mitigation.
Okay, well, let's just make sure it's drafted that way if that's the intent.
Yeah, that's intent. Yeah. And you know, I don't want to forget that we got Jack Salforth here. If he has any comments, I don't want to he's I don't want to call him out, but if he wants to get his voice in the room, I want to make sure he gets a chance to do that. And there's another answer right there.
Go ahead, Mark.
I guess I would like some clarification as a person that has considerable acreage and my neighbors have considerable acreage that falls in this. There becomes a problem when there's a cumulative effect. Just kind of a real quick thumbnail sketch of Baker County, Grant County operations, also Union County, is that we have meadows, but we also in the spring turn out on the thousands of acres of that class 6, 7, and 8 soils. And it's really necessary for our operations to be economically viable before we go to the forest lands or back to meadows. So a cumulative effect, I mean, granted, one 640 acre parcel is not going to make a big change. However, if you start having a cumulative effect, it will make a dramatic change, and without having any mitigation, pretty soon it starts putting a lot of pressure on the sage grouse lands, on the meadows, riparian areas.
Andrew?
I want to second that and just note for the record that I think that that's a conversation that the RAC needs to have and hasn't been able to have. I think because we've been working on all these technical details of just trying to figure out what are the criteria that would make sense to define low conflict areas. But I think that that's an oversight that I think we need to remedy. We're not going to do it in this meeting, but I think that once these criteria are kind of mapped out as best they can and people start to wrap their heads around where could these sites go, I think there really needs to be some sort of backstop to understand, like, oh, if, you know, sites are cited with FSEC, sites are cited with exceptions, and sites are cited with these goal 5 criteria in these areas, and you start to hit a certain limit, there are very real impacts to the ag economy and people's operations. And I don't think that that's something that can be overlooked. I think that's something that needs to be addressed. So I'll just leave it
Thanks,
there.
Andrew. I think we made a note of that. And there'll be a number of things like that we're just like, you know, we either need to focus in on implementation or we need to, you know, we'll get to this when we talk about the review time frame. You know, is there a shorter review time frame for us to understand how this actually is looking on the landscape? I mean, there's just a lot there. So I made a note of that to make sure that gets included in the report. So let's see.
So Jim, before we leave that real quickly, and I don't want to belabor it while Mark's hand is up too, is that there are existing provisions in Division 33. They're not in Division 23. That's why you haven't talked about them here. But in Division 33, the agricultural lands rule, that does make an attempt to install some triggers that would obligate the reviewing body to consider whether or not at a certain point in a certain area that the stability of the overall land use pattern has been materially altered is the conventional language, but it means that's what it means. Cumulative impacts is what we're trying to get at. Doesn't say when that happens, but when a certain amount of development has been built or permitted, building permits within a certain area, then a reviewing body is obligated to conduct that assessment.
And I just not, and then I'll let Mark speak, but I just want to hop in and say, well, I think we need to consider that because we have a cross-reference up earlier in this that says these facilities and areas comply with are deemed to comply with goal 3. So but that's not the case that there's going to be these cumulative effects, or there needs to be some relief valve in that, or some exception to that. If there's going to be a cumulative effects analysis that's done elsewhere, that needs to then come back and I think have some connection with what's going on in these rules.
All right, Mark, and then let's go ahead and move on.
I think an important clarification, as according to how I understood it, it's not just in this, I think addresses Mr. Bennett's concerns. It's not just class 6, it's class 6 not capable of producing greater than 300 pounds of forage. And the reason why we picked that is those tend to be lower productivity sites associated with high levels of invasive grass invasion. And so this was kind of our goal, was to push the solar into an area that was going to be low conflict, not just in that it was lower utility grazing land, but also less likely to have a habitat conflict as well, if that makes sense.
Because it's not producing the forage.
Yeah, 300-pound forage equates to about 150 pounds per acre of usable forage, which, can be fairly low utility. That being said, it's pretty dependent on the grazing operations, but it's hard to make averages when you're considering ranching across all of Eastern Oregon is the other thing.
Okay, can we move on? Max?
Yeah, just back to my request to DLCD to clarify this is just, there are 2 inputs here. So n times n plus 1 is 6 different iterations. And I think the way that it's currently proposed only covers 4 of those. So I think there's a gap here.
What was that, Max?
Yeah.
I think
You
so.
lost
Well,
me
maybe the
too.
math is wrong, Andrew, but like if you have 640 as one metric and then you have class 4 and you have 300 pounds of forage, then there's a bunch of different iterations to where those lands do or do not. Maybe I'm confused, but
No, I think I'm not going to comment on your math or your I can't even remember what that's called, the figuring out all the different permutations of something, but I think you are right, Max, that there does need to be some language added under 7A big B that just says some sort of clarification that says, unless it's less than 640 or something, and then that would cover the circumstance in which you would just make clear that for the purposes of this rule, you can go in an area that's class 4 that meets 300 pounds of forage per acre per year, but that's less than 640 acres, that is an unmitigated pathway.
yeah, we're on the same page. We just got to see the language.
Yeah.
Okay, so So some clarification back under 7, large A, large B, that connects with this section down here so that it's consistent. All right, so let's go ahead and move on. Again, forest lands taking out, we all agreed on that for now. So that's F, historic, cultural, or archaeological resources, sites that are less than 50% comprised of. And can somebody from the subgroup or John talk about where where this standard came from?
I can chime in here. The 50% was always intended to be kind of placeholder language that John and I came up with. But we recognize that that doesn't work. And that's one of the other issues we're kind of wrapping up with some further outreach to some tribal contacts and some people that run the cultural tech. But I think it could be something as simple as sites that, you know, do not heavily feature historic, cultural, or archaeological resources or some kind of language along those lines. But I'd love to hear others' thoughts as well. I just don't think we need to take a lot of time on it. Mike?
Yeah, my thought was that we needed further advice from tribes on this. I mean, 50% comprised, it's really hard to define that, whether it's, specific artifacts, how exactly is that defined? So it's problematic from that point of view if it's going to be a hard and fast criterion.
Yeah, and that's the feedback we've gotten from them to work with them to try and get better language on it. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, and we talked a lot on the subcommittee about that, there you can see it later in the sentence here about consultation with SHPO and with the recognized Indian tribes, and that you're going to get a different tribes interpret this differently. So it's hard to come up with a standard. Max?
Thanks. I was actually going to just note that it's 12 o'clock and I wanted to maybe do a process check-in at this point. We're on page 5 out of 13 pages, which is one portion of the rule. There are 4 other portions of the rule we haven't talked about at all, plus a running list of issues that RAC members have identified that haven't been discussed. I guess I just want to understand whether the department thinks this is appropriate to send to LCDC as scheduled and whether the RAC agrees with that. I think there are a couple options. We could vote to significantly limit this to, anything that's outside of resource sites and areas. We could vote to have another RAC meeting or extend the RAC's work, which I would maybe be in support of. But I'd like to hear from RAC members how they feel about our progress and whether or not we think we can get to something that we feel comfortable recommending to the commission.
RAC members want to weigh in on that? Elaine?
Thanks, Max, for raising the question. I think we've been working really hard as a RAC and as in our work groups. This is just not ready for prime time. There's significant more work that needs to be done, and the RAC is functioning fairly well. So my suggestion would be that we continue to work on this in the RAC and not present it to the commission with a recommendation at this point until we have finished working through at least 195. So.
Thanks, Elaine. Other thoughts? Mike, supportive of that? Other RAC members want to weigh in on Max's question about how much more time we might need? Andrea?
Yeah, so I'm not sure how much more time we need, but I'm not comfortable, even with what we've talked about today. We won't have seen what the, physical changes are and then been able to meet as a RAC. I mean, it was just, because we're going, oh, well, let's put the language in the chat, right? So it would be, I think we're at a point where our report needs to be, here's where we're at. right? And we're making good progress, but we're not there. You know, we can put forward the concepts, like there are some concepts that there are definite agreements on, and perhaps even get feedback from the LCDC on those concepts. But as far as specific language, we're not there.
Mhm. Thanks, Sue. Okay, so Laura and then Dan and then Dugan. Go ahead, Laura.
Yeah, I agree that we need some additional working time and like a final version and that incorporates the discussion to agree on before making a recommendation. And I just want to find the right balance. I think deadlines can be helpful and like pushing us to have the conversations that we need to have. And I think that that's been productive the last few weeks. And so I do think more time would be helpful, but let's bound that so that we can maintain the focus. And because I do think we're making progress and I want to keep that momentum.
Thanks, Laura. Dan?
Yeah, I think Andrea's comment makes a lot of sense. We can't really say anything other than where we are right now. We're not finished. So in the report, I think that's the only realistic thing we can do. I think we are making good progress. I may have missed this earlier about a question about the timing of the mapping that we're expecting. When, you know, it just seems to me like it's really hard to conceptualize the impact of all the work we're doing without seeing the mapping. So when are you expecting to see something?
We've got our GIS people working on it. Now it's going to change a little bit because we've made some different choices with regards to distance from the transmission lines. But you know, we're hopeful of this. I know you've heard me say this, but hopefully soon.
Okay.
Gordon's been a little closer to that than I have, so maybe he can offer some thoughts if he's still with us. He may be having.
No, I'm here, John,
very good.
and we expect to have something. Well, I'll have to change the, like I said, as John said, changing the boundaries of the area, but based on discussion today. But we should have something next week. We had some issues with our mapping person being out for health reasons recently, and she's back now, and we'll have that very soon, and I believe by next week.
Yeah, that sounds promising to me. It just seems to me like we can't realistically issue a final report without having done a sanity check on what this looks like on the ground.
So we need also, I think, to take a look at the rangeland analysis platform I mean, I intuitively have a bit of a sense of the forage issue, but I think that would help inform things too. Dugan, thank you for your patience. I'm going to shut up and let you weigh in if you like.
Yeah, go ahead, Dugan.
I agree with everyone before. I mean, I think it's I like what Laura is saying. Like, if it's maybe one more 3-hour meeting or two more, like we should bound it. We shouldn't just keep saying we're just gonna keep working till it's done. But I agree that without a map, it is gonna be hard. So I do think I'm hoping maybe we could, get the maps in. Maybe, and I don't know kind of the resources that the facilitation team or DLCD has before the LCDC meetings in December and January, how we can set that up. If there's money for that, all that kind of stuff. But, I think we could get a lot closer to being where we just, where I'd be more comfortable making kind of an up or down vote on this, or just generally having a report come out with maybe another week or two of work on this. So I do think we're close, but yeah, and like the end of today, I wouldn't feel comfortable making a vote.
Jamie, if I could just say something at this point. We appreciate the input, and I can understand where you are, and we will. I'll take that back to our management team in terms of a schedule, and we'll see what we can do. Clearly the deadline the legislature gave us was not January. It was actually July, but there's always a major issue about doing rulemaking during a legislative session, and that was the intent, was to try to get this done before that happened. But given where we are, and I hope that we can use the remainder of our our time to go through more of these issues. But then at the subsequent to this meeting, John and Adam and I will have a discussion with our management team to see where we can go forward at this point. So, but I hope we can go forward and continue the discussion that's been very productive today.
So I absolutely agree. Absolutely agree with Gordon's comments there. I would also just add that we may want to start like a GoFundMe page for additional facilitation services. We can talk about that. We can talk about that offline.
That's something for us to deal with, John. We'll work on that.
So let me just summarize. And Max, I appreciate you bringing up the question because I think it was on the back of everybody's mind. So what I'm hearing is that what we could say to LCDC right now is that we're making good progress. I didn't hear anybody say we're not. That we would like, we want to see a revised draft before we're comfortable voting on something, that we're getting bits and pieces. We want to see it all combined. That people feel like with a couple of more meetings, we can land this. And a deadline and a time frame is good. It's helpful. We need to see the map in order to really understand how this is looking on the landscape and if we're actually resolving, meeting the intent of this RAC. Folks are not ready to vote on what we see here because there's still some more work to do. And the most that we can really report to LCDC at this time is where we are and everything I just said. So, and then Gordon and Adam and John are going to go forth and figure out how to make this happen within the time frame. Max?
Yeah, I agree with that summary, Jamie. Thank you. I just wanted to add one thing, which is that I think these technical subcommittee meetings have been very productive, and I've very much appreciated DLCD's engagement on those and all the folks that have participated in that. I think it gives industry a little more comfort to make sure that we're working towards something that's implementable and practical. So if there's interest in continuing those as part of any ongoing process, we might work towards that. I would certainly be willing to participate.
Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, and I just will point out that I'm seeing, we have a lot of RAC members here, and we have some who are not, who are being quiet today. And kind of going back to what Jack said at the last meeting of the full RAC, where it's like, people have put in what their intent, what their interests, what their needs are, what they're trying to have addressed. And if a subcommittee can take all of that and work it into language and bring it back for the full group to consider, it feels like that is a useful thing. Damien and then Andrew.
Thank you, Jamie. I would second what folks have been saying, but I'd like to kind of formalize the statement you just read, summarizing it as a recommendation of the RAC, and take a vote that the RAC is recommending that to LCDC.
Okay, I appreciate that. I can read it again, but it's pretty much the summary that I just said.
Yeah.
So we're making good progress, want to see an updated draft, would like another couple meetings, want to see a map. We're not ready to vote now. We can only report on where we are, that there's more to do. A time frame deadline is good, and we are acknowledging of that, and that some additional subcommittee work to tease out language has been productive, and we want to see more of that. So that's what I would put forward as what Damien's suggesting. Everybody do a thumbs up or a thumbs down or hands up if they have something to
Actually,
add.
can I just modify that a little bit?
Sure, Andrea, help me.
I think since a lot of our discussion today kept saying we need to see a map before we make a decision on this, I think maybe put it that we need to get the map and then we need to meet again with the language.
Mhm. So just bump that up as a priority.
Yeah. Like that has to happen. Like it doesn't make sense for us to meet again before we have a map to look at.
Andrew?
I just want to say, yes, I agree. I think we need the map, but I also want to say that I think we need a lot of other things too. And just kind of bouncing off Max's comment about how the smaller technical group, I think, has been really helpful and really productive in reaching consensus and understanding, kind of framing how these technical issues fit into this framework that we've developed here and making sure that they're workable. And so I would say that I think before the RAC meets again, I think the things that I would list that we need are, we need the map, we need a technical group to have kind of nailed down of the criteria that we kind of are working with here. Maybe not nail down all the policy issues within those criteria, but nail down the technical language and the technical framework for how this is going to work. And I think the third thing is that there's all these kind of like sections where we're like, oh yeah, ODFW we'll work with ODFW to get this, or we'll work with other folks to get the cultural and historic archaeological resources things. I think all of that really needs to be nailed down, or like some sort of proposal been made to say, we're going to use this existing framework from this section and have that in there, and not have it be an IOU or a to-do list. To get those nailed down with either DLCD works on it and then brings it to a technical group so that we can noodle on it and make sure it works. And I think for matters of efficiency, all of that should be worked out before we bring everyone back together, because then we can have the real discussions about the policy, which I think the RAC should be fully aware of how that works and be able to weigh in on. So I know that sounds like a lot, but I just think that that's kind of what's needed, rather than going, because these conversations are good, but I think they're also like pretty technical and in the weeds. So
April?
Thank you. And apologies, my internet is down, and so I'm doing this meeting from my phone and having different tech issues. But I wholeheartedly agree we need some more time. I was already feeling that I wasn't in a position to vote on the rules today just because I'm still getting up to speed. But I concur with the comments of the other members. I would just add specifically, and I'm thinking about the rules, but also probably the map as well, that having that several days at least in advance of the meeting would be, I think, a very helpful component to ensure that we're being exceptionally efficient with time that we're adding on to doing these meetings. I was able to download the document that was sent out last night, but there's a lot of things in there, and I also agree with the comments about potentially expanding or extending the public comment deadline, since it seems like there's going to be some substantial revisions from what's already out there. Thank you.
Thanks, April. Mark?
So I'm sorry, I cannot figure out why my video goes on and off today, but I certainly will convey this to my colleagues on the commission, along with Gordon, John, and Tate or Adam. And we want a good quality product. We want it both. Eastern Oregon wants it. The commission wants it, and also the state needs it. So quality rather than speed is probably really critical here in this case.
Laura, and then Gordon can wrap this up.
This is barely a more logistical comment, but to the extent there's a bunch of things flagged for following up with ODF and W, I'm fine not being in the core subcommittee group, but would like the opportunity to participate in those follow-up conversations on the wildlife issues.
Thanks, Laura. So flagged. Gordon?
Yeah, thank you, Jamie. Just wanted to say we are taking all of your comments very well from DLCD's point of view, and Commissioner Bennett, obviously from the commission. If and when we do extend things, clearly we would be extending the public comment period well beyond the current date, and we'd be working with our rulemaking coordinator to make sure that's all crossing our I's and dotting our T's. And there's clearly some work that needs to be done from the department's perspective to extend this process. But given where we are now, there's no reason we can't do that and work on that and come back and give you all the time and resources you need to make a recommendation and decision to the commission.
All right, so thank you, Gordon. So let me summarize. I think there's two buckets here. There's a process bucket and a substance bucket. They combine, but I'm going to make a slight modification in my summary. The process bucket is that we want to convey that we're making good progress, but we're not ready to vote. We need a little bit more time. We've been floating 2 or 3 meetings. Subcommittee work needs to continue, focused on technical language and framework and how that's going to work. So that's the process side. The substance side is we need a map to help us know if we're hitting the mark. We need draft language from these outstanding issues around agency coordination with ODFW, ODO, SHPO, potentially with tribes. We need that language to get rolled in, and we need a combined updated draft a week in advance of our next full meeting so that we can consider all these things. And I'm not seeing anybody say no. I just am reframing it to make sure I captured it all. Damien suggested a vote, so let's do a thumbs up if that's where we want to go. And then we'll get back to what Gordon said, which is let's use our remaining time to make good progress as we can. So thumbs up if you support what I've just read. And then we can say this is a recommendation of the RAC. Max, did you weigh in? Elaine? Oh, Elaine's got her physical thumb up. Okay. Is there anybody that objects, that needs to say something? Great suggestion, Max. Thank you for that.
Well, Mike's hand is up.
There's a hand
Oh,
up.
Mike MacArthur. Hey, Mike, we're recognizing you. You're muted. If you're on the phone, which I don't think you are.
Jamie, I'm just trying to get my hand down from the vote.
Oh, okay, no worries. All right, good suggestion, Max. Max, did you want to say something or are you still weighing in?
I put my thumb up, but I just want to note that I think a map is probably going to generate a lot of conversation related to what has and has not been mapped, its accuracy, etc. So just flagging that when we're thinking about time, I think that's going to be a conversation in and to itself.
Yeah, and Max, to build on that, we talked about we needed more time. There was a floating of 2 to 3 meetings. When I'm looking at the work that you all need to do, I think you're probably in the 3 meeting camp because you'll want a meeting to tie everything up, and then you need a couple meetings to work through these substantive issues. So that's, yeah, I agree with you. All right, so let's keep making some progress. We've got about 40 minutes. Dan is going to go. Thanks, Dan. Brandon's not back from his potluck. Hopefully he's having some good food. So where are we at? Ariella, where are we at? We're at C.
Yes, we're at CA.
Small C, large A. Okay, so we've had some conversation about what we mean by significant. This was something that Mike Eng flagged early in the meeting today that he wanted to have some conversation about. So let's focus on the word significant here first. Max?
Well, the flag for this was that, which we talked about last night, is that the way, and Jeremy, if you're here, I'd like your opinion on this, but significant sage grouse habitat as defined in DLCD, there are 2 rules, 2 regulatory areas that govern sage grouse. There's ODFW's rules and there's DLCD's rules, and they are not exactly the same. So we had just flagged that we are using DLCD's rules in this instance. Is this definition, which is significant sage grouse habitat, the right definition, or are we really wanting to talk about core and low density as defined under ODFW's rules? So that's just the background of why this was raised.
And Max, I'll apologize. I'd have to go in and look at what the difference would be when comparing the two. We can do that offline and look at that. I mean, the intent would be the core and low density as it's mapped right now. But we just need to look and see where the variance may be between those two rules.
Mike?
Jeremy, my understanding though is that sage grouse habitat can change and can move, especially depending on surrounding land uses and other factors. How would you propose accommodating expansion or contraction or movement of sage grouse habitat, if that's necessary at all?
So we do regular updates of the maps that are associated with these rules, Mike. We're looking at DLCD will be reviewing and hopefully adopting the new ODF and W map that we just came out with based on newer science. So, I mean, these rules are dynamic and take into account those changes over time.
So I understand that they're dynamic, but how would it then transfer that these rules are then dynamic and in concert with those changing habitat designation rules?
That would be the intent. As we reference the rule goes to the dynamic map, and it's not updated every year, it's every 5. So we go through on every 5th year and update our sage grouse maps that then go back through the DLCD process to be reviewed and added in under this rule.
So presumably you would be using the most up-to-date map.
Yes.
Laura, can you talk a little bit about what you just put in the chat?
I just looked up the reference and I just copied the section that's referenced to make sure that I was looking at the right language. And John says that yes. And so it's just limiting it to A and B of this list, but not C.
So as we adopt these new maps right now, there will be no general habitat on the map. Those are kind of the general habitat is sort of the interim designation where we find a new lek and there's some areas around that have not been designated as core or low density. So the rule is correct. That is how we treat sage grouse habitat. Although once we adopt new map, there won't be any general habitat within the current process.
But even if there's, I can't resist jumping in here. Apologies, Jeremy. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I got you jumping.
I was going to say that referencing this rule is exactly what we want in this process.
Yeah, thank you for that, and Laura, thank you for. It's funny. I was doing exactly the same thing, and I was just about to paste it into the chat, and it was already there. I thought, what? Maybe I'm magic. Those two pieces, the core and low density, are the ones that have the most rigorous regulatory arrangement. They both have application mitigation hierarchy. As Jeremy pointed out, we're not going to have mapped general habitat, but even if we did, there's a lower threshold there. It's not the same. It's not the same concern. There's not the same sort of protective measures there. So it really feels like focusing on the core and low density as referenced here at A and B is the right way to go.
Yep, agree.
Okay, other thoughts on this? People ready to move on? Okay, let's look at B. So Jeremy, this is.
Jeremy probably just seen this, but I believe what has been done here is that we have two types of basically corridors, wildlife corridors, the priority wildlife connectivity areas, PWCAs, and then we also have the high use and very high use wildlife mitigation corridors. Not the same thing. And so I think all this happened here is we've just grouped both of those corridor aspects into a single subsection.
Yeah. Yeah, one of the things the subcommittee was trying to do is anywhere where we could reduce redundancy or tighten up language. They were keen on that. Questions, concerns about this change before we move on? Are we ready to look at D? There's a couple yellow sections in there. In consultation with ODFW, done in consultation. We've been talking about this some already.
So we have been, Jamie, and I think that and again, I'm going to invite Max to help me out and anyone else, but I think there was some interest in, is consultation the right word? Because that can mean different things to different people, right? And we used that simply because that's how it's written in the sage grouse rule. But if there's a better, more favorable term that more accurately captures what we're trying to do, we don't have any problem with investigating that.
Mike?
I'm wondering if it might help to add in consultation with and concurrence of ODFW, just to make it more clear.
Mark?
I mean, this question's for John. John, is there a time limit? That's been one of the frustrations now that these things, if we don't have the 150 days on this, then and ODF and W, because of staffing levels or whatever, aren't able to get back, everything kind of grinds to a halt. And I know that's been an issue with the sage grouse discussion.
So thank you, Commissioner. No, I think the answer is we haven't fashioned a time. If I'm understanding correctly, it would be is about, do we have a kind of a time period in which a response needs to be furnished, and if it's not, then you move forward. And if I'm mistaken, please correct me. If I'm not, I don't believe we have established that at this point.
I guess I would, from the sidelines, strongly encourage it. Brandon, I don't know, is back from his potluck, but that's been a real challenge because the mitigation issues do take a considerable period of time, but we don't seem to have closure. And that's been, I know, to Senator Finley, myself, and Representative Owens, really frustrating, along with a lot of other folks.
Let me ask one more question, Commissioner. So is that in relationship to sage grouse in particular? Because I know there's been some things there that have made that more challenging than we had hoped. Or is it with regard to feedback on habitat in general?
I would say I'm kind of getting out on the limb here, but the feedback that I've received is primarily with the sage grouse. It's those projects.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner.
So the question on the table is in consultation with the right language. Jeremy?
Yeah, and not to the language, but just to kind of add some context. Our sage grouse tool broke. Like, we had a gap within service and delivery from our GIS partners. So we have had some issues with sage grouse mitigation questions over the last year because we did not have a functioning habitat quantification tool. Commissioner, hopefully we fixed that. The tool is back up and running. So we hope those issues no longer exist. You know, and just other context with this is we work really hard, especially with the developers that are on this committee. We work really hard to have these conversations far before we get into permitting so that those questions have been answered ahead of time.
Thanks for that, Jeremy. And Jeremy, so is in consultation with the right language?
I think I would defer that back to the jurisprudence folks in here and make sure that the legal finding supports that. I think in the intent of that is correct, working with us to try to come up with that, but how to frame that in legally prudent terms, I'd default that to others in the room.
Doesn't feel like we need to spend more time on it right now. So I don't know if this is then something, John, that you're checking with Steve Shipsey on, is that if this is the right language to use?
Well, we can, right? And so I think you're right. I think it sounds like I'm hearing, and help me if I'm mistaken, that there is an interest in exploring whether or not that's the right term. There doesn't seem to be a fundamental disagreement that no, we must stay with consultation. So we'll work on that. We'll see what we can come up with.
Is there
Yes,
another word?
thank you, Andrew. We've been in contact with Erin Donald. We call her the killer over there.
Laura, what were you going to say?
Oh, I was just asking, is there another term that was being considered? But that one seems, I don't know, consultation seems consistent with the way the ODF&W process is referenced in other places, but I will defer to the experts.
So it is. I'm sorry, Mike, but I'll ties off real quick. It is similar to language in the sage grouse rule. I don't know. Beyond that, I'm not sure.
Yeah, Mike.
So Jeremy, is agreement with ODF a requirement of determining acceptable mitigation? Or, I mean, I've seen consultation be misused. And it's assumed that there's agreement when there may not be, or there's a deadline and the deadline wasn't reached, and things move forward when there were real concerns that had not been addressed. So from an agency point of view, are you all expecting that you need to approve the proposal and the mitigation, or is it just talk about it?
So we're non-regulatory, Mike, so we don't have approvement authority for any level of permitting process. So really, I think the rules all refer to consultation with us, work with ODFW to develop a mitigation plan. But ultimately, the contents of that plan are either approved through a county permitting process or through FSEC.
So to take them one step further, though, right? So where the test is, that you're compliant with basically ODF&W's strategy or whatever it is, right? So it is up to the county to decide. But if there's an instance in it where ODF&W is saying no, our what is being proposed is not consistent with this situation, and the county were to approve that over the objections of the agency, that creates risk and vulnerability, I think. So, we've seen some of that. Some of it's been tested and clarified here and there, but Jeremy's exactly right. It's up to the county to decide, but they really should be doing that in accordance with the rules in a way that's consistent with what ODF&W is recommending. Ideally, as Jeremy said, the developers have been doing a great job, I think, of being in coordination with ODF&W well in advance. They would come to the county with united, saying, here's what we figured this out. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. But again, if a county were to do something that was contrary to ODF&W's position on how their strategy was needing to be addressed, then the county's vulnerable. The decision is vulnerable.
Okay, are we ready to move on? Oh, Andrew. Yeah, I see the language that you just put in.
Yeah, I was just going to add real quick. I mean,
Yeah.
John, if that's the intent to ensure consistency with ODF's habitat or some sort of ODF standard, then I think that might be something that we need to consider or should be considered if it can be put into the rule in the way.
Yeah, when we get to when we get to subsection 12 or section 12, 12A, I believe it is, I think we'll see something that helps on that, on that point.
Right, Ariella, can you scroll up? Not, I mean, down. Well, just move on. Okay. Let's see, we're at soils.
We are at soils. And so what the changes here in E, all that really does is now the language says soil irrigated, not irrigated, so on and so forth. Those are the high value farmland soils described in that rule. So it just is a clear, plain expression of what that rule means. The highlighted language is as was pointed as a policy choice about, well, you know, we need to accept that there are instances where there's going to be some of these better soils, you know, that are included in some of these bigger tracts. You know, they're really not that important, dare I say it, because of the way how little there are of them, or what the feature is. You know, so should there be some sort of de minimis amount identified that says, you know, you really need to stay off these soils unless there really isn't very many of them and they're not configured in a way that's constructive towards commercial farming beyond what the rest of the operation is doing. So that's the attempt there. I'll just pause there. And also welcome anybody else to chip in and help me out if I'm getting it wrong.
John, I like this when you wrote it, and I still like it.
Andrew?
I like the concept. I think that we're gonna have to see. I mean, I really like the concept. Like, I'm not knocking it. I just think that I think we're gonna need to see a map and play around with stuff to figure out, does 5% make sense? Like, what does this look like? Because if these projects are going to be different sizes, you know, from you know, 200 acres all the way up to like 2,000 acres, I think that makes a big difference when you have that 5% threshold.
And I think we can do that, Andrew. Right. And so, you know, if you have a solid 40 or 80 acre-ish block of these good soils that are fenced and managed as their own discrete field, and you know, you can minimize by not building on them, right? But if it's a narrow string, you know, then anyway, it just may not be worth and not make sense to really worry about whatever the de minimis amount is.
And I just wonder if it makes sense to, instead of picking like a 5% number, maybe just reference reference like provisions that are already in the rule that talk about either large blocks, which is in goal 3, like large blocks of agricultural land, but that's more of a zoning thing. Or, you know, we already have provisions in, I think it's 215 or S215 that talk about, you know, what the area of land would be classifiable as, you know, its own parcel, for example, in a farm zone. So those numbers may be a better reference than 5% is all.
Yeah. So another example of where we have some history. I don't think it's a good example necessarily, but the destination resort statutes speak to 50 contiguous acres. I think it's the primary unique soils.
Anybody else want to weigh in on this one? It sounds like what Andrew's saying. Mark likes the language. I mean, we need to look at we need to map this and see what this is starting to look like. Is there anything more that we need to talk about with this one before we move on to F? Okay, let's look at F. I think that's just a technical cleanup.
It is. And so what F does is intended to be read kind of together with E. Um, because where E talks about soils, F talks about in the definition in 195-300 is more about like areas, like districts. And so this is the language that does say, the effect is to say that lands within an irrigation district or included in an AVA are not eligible for consideration under this provision. So I don't know if we have any. I feel like I think we settled the issue of irrigation districts. The AVA question, I don't know if that's still outstanding or not, but as written, it's intended to say that both irrigation districts and AVAs, American viticultural areas, are off limits.
I think there's still some discussion that we probably need to have around the AVAs and
Okay.
their interaction with irrigation or water availability of water rights, at least as I understand. Because I think if you look at maps of Eastern Oregon, there's a lot of land that's AVA, and I'm not sure it's being used for that. So I just wanted to put that out there. And I see Dugan's got his hand up. So
Yeah, go ahead, Dugan.
Yeah, I'll just briefly say, yeah, I mean, I agree. I think, I wasn't there when the AVAs were designated. I don't know, they have slope and elevation reasoning for them, but I think we all understand that a non-irrigated tract of the Columbia River Valley is probably not going to host grapes on it. And so I am wondering if we can try to open that up, because it does include a lot of the land which developers see as usable, because if we do this mapping exercise, you'll see a lot of the 10 miles from transmission run along that exact same Columbia River corridor. And it's where we're seeing a lot of development, because a lot of the BPA lines coming out of the dams do run right along there, through Umatilla, Morrow, Gillum County, that kind of area. And so I've always been a little bit confused by the AVA designation, given, we mainly see dryland wheat out there, which is very far afield from grape production. So I'm just practically, it has never seemed to be that that should be the reason that we're protecting certain lands. I think a lot of those soils up there um, can fall under these rules and protect a lot of that land that is good, but not necessarily the AVA is the reason why we shouldn't be calling some of these areas as desirable for solar.
Okay, so another area that a map will help us to better understand. So
Yeah,
let's,
so before we move into G, I just would complete that observation. One, regardless of what we do here, those lands are still technically considered high value farmland. So the ceiling or the trigger for FSEC would be 240 acres, but it's 12 now, right? So it'd be a big difference. And those of you that were on tour when we were up there at the depot, well, the military camp, whatever it is now, we'll remember that we drove down south of Boardman. I took a look at some of those lands that are under consideration. Correct me if I'm wrong, Dugan, but they're all dry lands, but they're in the AVA, I think. And they had been. I remember King Gree was there. He said, "We'll never get our water back. We'll never ever be able to irrigate these lands again." So anyway, just as a kind of a frame of reference there. So in G, depending upon what we do with the other irrigated portion, it will impact what we do here. So what we had tried to do, what this tries to do, G is when operating under the assumption that we really wanted to avoid lands that on this special date had the ability to irrigate or had that water right, would be off limits, except when there was some sort of extraordinary situation largely out of control of the property owner, that caused them, so severe difficulty in being able to exercise that right. This is, frankly, I think this could be the Harney Basin. This could be some other areas that due to one thing or another, whether it's a regulatory circumstance or some other circumstance, where folks just can't access the water to utilize their water right, then maybe they should be, treated or considered differently. But again, if we adjust how we're looking at things above, then maybe we can adjust things here too. See a couple hands go up, so I'm going to go on mute.
Yep. Let's start with Mark.
Yeah, I guess I have two questions, right? A, do you really can you only transfer your water right to another section of your property if there's a regulatory drought to achieve this? If by way of example, you have otherwise equal productivity areas, you just had a limited amount of water availability, I'm not sure why you wouldn't be able to do it without a drought. The second thing is I'd like to point out is in the Harney Basin example, if we were talking about that, they are not talking about transferring those water rights. They are talking about canceling them. And so I think that's still a good thing, but I think the cancellation has to be connected to the drought. But it's not a transference, it's a cancellation.
Thanks for that clarification, Mark. Dugan?
Yeah, I mean, I'm following up with Bart. I think that's the exact right. I mean, and I think this language, maybe I'm incorrectly applying it, but I feel like it should apply whenever we're talking about these water rights because, to the example John was bringing up, Ken Greaves land up in Morrow County, that's all within the Butter Creek critical groundwater area that's state designated, pretty easy to map. We have the other designations, and transfer of those water rights is impossible to my understanding because of the non-use situation given the critical groundwater area, and a lot of people's inability to pump in the past 5 years. And so I know it's a very specific situation, but I think this is a good idea to have this in here. I think the specific language should capture that idea that people, it's been out of their hands, and so maybe that other section we were looking at up related to what needs to be mitigated, maybe back down in the mitigation section, the acknowledgement that there are areas that have run out of water, and have had protections placed on the water pumping there by the state, kind of exempt you from this protecting the good areas with good water rights that can be used still, without state intervention at this point. I'm not a water rights expert though, so I don't want to claim to that. I just know I've had some recent experience with it, and I'd like the rules to reflect that is the reality for a lot of landowners in Eastern Oregon at this point.
Yeah, thanks for that, Dugan. And Mark, just to bounce back to you, because I guess one of your suggestions is it says here where the opportunate water right has been transferred, and I think that you were suggesting or canceled.
Yeah, so in the Harney County case, they're talking about paying landowners to surrender their water
Yeah.
right, which is a cancellation, right? Which would not be covered here. And we're having the same kind of conversations in the Klamath Basin where those are surface water rights, where we've had severe water allocation and repeat water calls. So the word transfer won't actually capture those situations. I think.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so I guess I'm just wondering if they're canceled and they're not going to exist anymore, do we need even to have language in here about it?
Yes, because I think if it's still a high quality soil, I mean, the definitions people are better people for understanding this to me. But I believe if it's ever had a water right, it's still considered a high class.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
April, can you help us here?
Sure. So a few thoughts. One, just kind of process wise, I think whether we get the cleaned up draft rules first or we that would be my recommendation. But I think having a presentation as part of the meeting that gives us some scenarios of how you would walk through these different instances, what would be considered eligible for being declared a significant resource, what would be subject to mitigation, that would help at least me better understand the different pathways. The other thing is in relation to the F, just going back up as John stated, in relation to irrigation districts, I do think that might be worth some additional conversation as well, but it very much ties to the issue which we're on, which is related to the water rights situation. So I think in relation to this G, which is again if I'm understanding correctly, is areas that could be considered significant. The terminology here, so I forget who was just saying it because I'm again on my phone, but I do think cancellation is something that would need to be defined in there. That is correct. It could be transferred, it could be canceled. Critical groundwater designation is something that is a defined term. So I guess going back a second, my thoughts are a little jumbled. This might read a whole lot better if it had some subsections to it, because I think lawyers can argue about what a comma means or the lack of comma and whether it's all of these things and or whether it's or and if that makes sense. So I think declared drought, just putting that out there, that's something that is declared by a county and then affirmed by the governor. That happens on a yearly basis. So I think just kind of thinking about that being a specific thing, but also something that is a time limited aspect, but it is something you could clarify. Regulatory drought, somebody put that on there. I know very much what that gets at, but that is not something that's a defined term in kind of the waterland, so to speak. So I think if we're trying to be very specific, critical declared drought, critical groundwater designation, or other regulatory circumstance that may limit access to water for irrigation, that could work. But I think you need to separate that the appurtenant water right has been transferred. All of that part works, or canceled. And then the part where it says tract or another property, that almost seems like that needs to be a second part because, again, going back to the readability aspect, that last part of G, and maintained for agricultural purposes with the potential for equal or greater. I can't even read all that. That's too long of a sentence, I guess is what I'm saying. So I think it needs to be put in bullets or in sub letters that kind of gets at that language. I'm happy to work on flushing this out a little bit more, but I think it might also be helpful, and hopefully other folks are going to weigh in as to the intent of it is, because I think if the intent is that if you have a water right as of January 1st, 2024, just going with that date for this, that if it doesn't apply if these things have occurred. And so I think part of what would be helpful to know is, are we wanting it to be that the water right has been transferred or canceled or is otherwise not available because of a critical groundwater designation, and it also must be maintained for agricultural purposes? Or is that that's the part I kind of struggle with, and like how does that fit into the water right and what's the intent? And I think if we're going to have more meetings, it would be helpful to hear what folks were trying to do there so that perhaps I could be more helpful.
Yeah, April, I don't know if you saw what Mark put in the chat. I know you're on your phone, but Mark put in the chat that he would be happy to work with you on some language to propose to the group on this section. And
yeah, that would be good.
Yeah, and Mark's been participating in the subcommittee and has been really, a consistent participant on the RAC. And so I think he probably has a good sense of what other RAC members are trying to achieve here. Laura, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I'd actually gotten in touch with our water team about this a while ago, and I'm like, finally, I get to use the notes that they sent me. And I agree with April about trying to like break this out a little bit more, and it seems like there could be maybe there's some instances where you want that to be transferred, or some instances where it's okay to be canceled. And in terms of the language, again, this is me passing through notes. I'm not a water expert, but some of the designations that could be pulled in would be the critical groundwater areas, water limited or classified areas, serious water management problem areas, groundwater mitigation areas, and areas with place-based water planning collaboratives where there's already been a process and consensus around the need to reduce water use. So happy to nominate my colleague Zach to also help with language around that from a water perspective, groundwater management perspective.
Cool. Thanks, Laura. Andrew, and then I just want to say we've got 2 minutes left and we're almost done with 7. So it'd be awesome to end on to start with 8 next time we get together. Go ahead, Andrew.
So I just say, I think it might make sense to just have like a technical working group where we just talk about the water issues and try and flush it out, because I think, I think it'd be great for Mark and April to get together, and also Laura, to sit down and have, maybe a few people like talk about what the policy goals are. I think Mark can definitely do that. But just to get some language, and then that's something that we, once the technical people know that it's good and achieves the goal that they're at least thinking of, then I think we can come back and like talk about whether or not those goals make sense or further tweaks need to be made. But yeah, I would support that.
Thanks, Andrew. All right, Ariella, let's scroll us a little bit further down. So forest lands, we already talked about tabling that. The 50% sites for historic cultural, we talked about that earlier, about some more work that we need to do there to see, is that the right metric? And then we have K, which we're proposing to remove. And then I think that gets us to 8. Anything we need to know about K? Bye, Max. Bye, Dugan. Mark?
I just like to reflect that, this one's gotten talked about a lot. I know it got deleted for broader political reasons, but I really think that, oh wait, no, we have stricken it. So that means that, so that I understand it right, that the communities are now encouraged to at least consider areas within 1 mile of the urban growth boundary.
I believe that was the 10.
Yeah,
Gordon, I see your hand up.
Well, they wouldn't be prohibited from considering these areas.
Okay, not encourage, wrong word. Yeah. Okay.
Nice, John. Gordon?
Yeah, I just want to say for those that are still on here, this may be one area if as an example of where the department may have a different recommendation than the RAC, because the RAC goes through with this recommendation, and I'm not saying you shouldn't or not. It's your judgment, but the department has a very different view on this, given all of the issues about especially housing in Central Oregon and Eastern Oregon and urban growth boundaries, that we would have a real problem and with going ahead with not making striking this language. But I'm just saying that not to say I don't know that we have time to argue about that at this point, but that's an example of where the department may have a different recommendation than the RAC if this goes forward.
So Gordon, thanks for that. But I think then we're going to have to start our next meeting. I think this one, there's a lot of people that have already left and didn't hear the benefit of what you just said. And so I think that we need to make sure that we say that again at our next meeting so people hear that before we start working on 8 and moving forward.
Yeah, and if I can just hop in, I understand and appreciate that, Gordon, but for the size of many of these communities, 1 mile means that you're effectively striking 9 square miles of area from around these municipalities, which based on the size of their population, that's an unnecessary level of restriction. I mean, they need to build more houses, but for most of these communities, a couple hundred acres meets the goal, right? And we're talking about, 5 to 6,000 acres of being potentially removed.
Well, I think when I think of this provision, I think of and maybe a different rule or different metric is necessary for other areas, other cities, smaller cities. So we'll look at this further.
Yeah, I got some projects built just east of Bend. I doubt we're going to be successful in building a ring of solar around the entire UGB.
On that note, I think we need to be done. So it's 2 minutes after 1. Thanks to Max, who's not here, for us having the next steps process conversation at 12:15. So that was really helpful. And we heard from Commissioner Bennett, as well as from Gordon, a commitment to carry those forward to the commission and to the staff leadership at management at DLCD about what the RAC is recommending in terms of next steps. So there will be an email follow-up to everybody about a time frame and a proposal of what that's looking like, but there's some conversation that has to occur. So with that, I think we're done for today.
Thanks, everybody.
Bye, everyone.
Everybody, thank you, Jamie. Great job as always.